make it up as I go.
Made me so sad last night when
I gotta keep it straight. Followed by the pledge. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Wait. Is there any board discussion or edits? Mrs.
Yes.
Schalheim.
Just making sure that they've been fully amended, as you know. Which do we have the most recent copy of the minutes? I guess is my question.
Mrs. Connolly.
Ms. Schalheim, I put it on your desk in the background.
Okay.
Let me see if I have mine in
Thank you.
copy.
I tell you what, in the interest of time, is this going to be quick? Or, okay.
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
You're okay?
Yeah.
All right. Any further questions or edits? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. Item 2.04 is establishing the agenda order. Ms. Urrea.
Mr. President, I move to remove item 5.02 from today's agenda so that it can be considered at a future meeting, and further that the board hear item 6.03 out of order and take it up to after item 2.12.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote on this first, and then we'll entertain any other changes that there may be requested today. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We now have revised agenda. Any further revisions to the agenda? Ms. Ellis.
I motion to move item 7.02 to become item 6.0, as it should be an information to action item, as I stated in my proposal during the May 1st board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so this is now to move 7.02 Mental Health Task Force to 6.00. Any discussion on this? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We now have item 6.00.
Mr. President, I had it
Yeah, you missed his light.
before your vote.
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought that was for another change. I apologize. Mr. Leib.
I would ask Ms. Ellis to entertain having her item be 6.03 and proceed with the administrative personnel appointments and personnel, and then do it.
Which there are none.
That's fine.
That's fine, and that'll be fine because there will be no personnel
Right.
today.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
thank
good
you.
with that.
Awesome, thank you.
Right.
Fred-
I totally get it.
Yeah, so,
03.
so we will, 6.03 is now after 2. This is one of these days, I'm sorry. 6.03 is now off of that area and is before public comment, before we recess. So we'll do 601, 602, 600.
600.
So, and again, 6.01 and 6.02 will be no votes today. So in effect, it's still the first. Okay, we are, where are we? 2.05, recognitions. There are no formal recognitions today. Brings us to item 2.06, which is Educator of the Month, and that's Miss Antoine.
So if you'll forgive me, I ran in here without it. If we can move on to the next one while I go and grab it.
We can do that? Okay.
Thank you.
Let's do item 2.07, Employee of the Month. Mrs. Schalheim.
This morning, the Board of Education recognizes an employee in our school system whose qualities have been described in many ways. Extremely reliable, a great communicator, excellent problem solver, and an outstanding supervisor. And today, an amazing employee of the month. Theresa Christopher, lead custodian at Belvedere Elementary School, is knowledgeable about every aspect of her job. The condition that she and her crew keep the school is quite remarkable, so much that visitors often comment on the building's cleanliness. We call that, quote, polishing the apple, unquote, and Miss Christopher does it well. Okay, keep going. Theresa always maintains a positive can-do attitude, and no job is too small or too large for her to take on, bringing great results each time. She works hard to make sure summer cleaning is completed in a timely fashion so teachers can set up their classrooms. She goes above and beyond to assist the instrumental music teachers with their setup and cleanup for concerts and rehearsals. During a blizzard, Mrs. Christopher tackled her snow removal duties like a charm and then went in the building and fed all the classroom pets. Mrs. Christopher interacts with Belvedere students throughout the day, and she knows every student in the school by name. She can always be seen in the cafeteria assisting with the supervision, and she enlists the students as her cafeteria helpers. She pays special attention to the students in the alternative curriculum class who have significant disabilities and goes out of her way each day to greet them. She has been an important addition to Belvedere's Green Team, assisting with the school's Waste-Free Wednesdays. Theresa relates to the students so well that last year she was featured by the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement in a video at the quote, Unlocking Your Potential, unquote, conference, where she was featured as an example of a school system employee who builds exceptional relationships with students. Now that's polishing the apple. Mrs. Christopher is an outstanding supervisor. She meets with her custodial team daily to set priorities and expectations and reviews assignments for the upcoming evening. She relates well with her team members and works with them side by side on tasks such as summer cleaning, maintenance, and snow removal. In the words of one of her team members, quote, Theresa is a wonderful chief. She is very understanding and helps us with everything we need. She takes pride in our school and it shows. I have enjoyed working and learning from her for more than 5 years, unquote. Theresa Christopher, the board is pleased to honor you as Employee of the Month for May 2019, and we thank you for all you do for Belvedere Elementary and Arundel County Public Schools. Congratulations. Please come forward. I have your certificate and bell. This is a certificate for you and a handy bell. And
Cafeteria!
How did they surprise you this morning? How did they get you here?
Trying to say I had a training, but my gut told me no, it's something different.
And who's here with you?
Looks like most of my family. My principal, my guidance counselor, my area manager, and nighttime quality control.
Awesome. And we'll just get one picture for the... So here you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations. We'll now move to Educator of the Month with Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. Today we honor an administrator in our school system who truly leads by example. As a former Social Studies Department Chair and PBIS lead teacher, Scott Edwards, Assistant Principal at Lindale Middle School, is a natural leader. His goal has always been to improve social, emotional, and academic outcomes for all students, and as a school leader, he is in a position to do so. As an assistant principal, Mr. Edwards provides assistance to the school principal in the evaluation and modification of the instructional programs offered at Lindale. On a daily basis, Scott is engaged in the process of continuous school improvement to help ensure success for all of his students. He is committed to promoting student morale and achievement daily in every possible way. This year, he organized a basketball tournament for students at 9 of our middle schools. As a school administrator, the AACPS ideal of all means all can be seen in his daily interactions with students, staff, and the community. Scott assists the principal in monitoring and improving student achievement through the analysis of appropriate multiple data sources and helps to develop a school improvement plan that aligns resources with instruction. Scott Edwards wears many hats, from assisting in defining the school's mission and communicating goals to supporting the management of the school to implementing the school crisis and emergency management plan. Everything he does is with one goal in mind: to enhance the academic, social, and emotional development of the students at Lindale Middle School. This year, he has made it a professional goal to highlight the hashtag AACPS awesome things that are occurring at Lindale every single day. Scott Edwards, you truly model cooperation and positive interactions with students, staff, and the entire Lindale community. You achieve this by exercising sound initiative, discretion, and excellent judgment. You hold yourself to the highest standards, which is reflected through your professionalism and your achievement as a middle school administrator. So, for these reasons and so much more, the Board of Education is honored to recognize you as Educator of the Month for May 2019. Congratulations.
No, I know. Congratulations.
Mr. Edwards, congratulations.
Awesome. It's a compliment.
So, how did you get here today?
Dr. Alston over there, well, our principal said it's an emergency, you gotta go down to the board meeting with Dr. Alston, so I thought, my career's over. And he's like, and you start thinking about things we're dealing with in North County and what you're gonna say, because they're gonna call us up there, and so I'm sitting there like, all right. So that's what I'm running through my head, is what would need to be said. So,
And who's here with you today?
just Dr. Alston.
Dr. Austin. Well, and us too. I'm going to stand on this side. This is your bill. And this is your certificate. And I'll give this to you later. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Scott.
Thank you. And Mr. Edwards, I'll just say on a personal note, as an alum of Lindale, you know, I want to congratulate you as well. At this point, we'll now move to item 2.08, which is Volunteer of the Month. Mrs. Hummer.
Proper nutrition leads to students who are better able to learn, less likely to miss school, and not surprisingly, it has also been linked to improved student behavior. Programs like the Weekend Food Program work to ensure students are provided with proper nutrition even when they are not in school. but programs do not run on their own. They need volunteers who are committed to the cause. Today, we are here to celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer, Miss Mary Barbera. The Board of Education is thrilled to honor you as our May 2019 Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Barbera has been providing food for needy students at Germantown Elementary School for the past 4 years. According to reading teacher Jill Scott, each week she packs 2 breakfasts, 2 lunches, and 2 dinners for students who are homeless or whose families may not be able to provide food over the weekend. Principal Karen Sanera explains that after Ms. Barbera's daughter's passing, she generously donated the money from her daughter's trust to fund the Backpack Buddy program at Germantown. Fortunately for the students at Germantown, her commitment to this most important cause did not end when the trust was depleted. She then applied for and received grants to ensure the program continued. She also reached out to her church for support. Ms. Barbera understands that it isn't just about making sure that children have food to take home. It's also about ensuring they have healthy, nutritious food. School counselor Emily Creighton puts it best when she says the families appreciate that there are always food options that are healthy and easily prepared, too. Thanks to these food options, our students come to school on Monday feeling fueled, refreshed, and ready to learn. Ms. Barbera not only delivers food, she also delivers happiness. Every week when Mary arrives to drop off the bags of food, she does so with a smile. The students even race to help her carry them. Mary Barbera has a heart of gold, and she deserves this recognition, exclaims Emily Creighton. As so clearly put by Principal Karen Sanera, Ms. Barbera's dedicated effort and her caring advocacy for students is recognized and commended by both Germantown Elementary and the Anne Arundel County Public School System. Ms. Barbera, we cannot thank you enough for your relentless, loving donation of time and caring commitment. Because of your efforts, children at Germantown Elementary are provided with the security of food over the weekend. Ms. Barbera, would you please come forward? It is with great appreciation that I would like to present this Volunteer of the Month certificate and bell to you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Wonderful. And you brought up a friend.
I brought Jill Scott because she lied to me.
Put her on the spot and on camera
Yes.
so everyone sees. What did she tell you?
She told me that she had to do a Q&A and she needed moral support.
Well, you know.
But mostly Jill should get the credit because she's the one who does all of the work helping to find children who need the food and hide the food in their bags so that the children aren't identified as needy.
Very well. Who else is here with you today?
The Germantown team, Emily and Karen Sanera, and my husband.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for all you do for the children. And hang around. We'll have pictures out front in just a little bit, too. There you go. You have a bell, so now you can say, here I am with the food.
I think I'll give it to Jill.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, and to all of the honorees. We have a few procedural things to run through, and hopefully very briefly we'll be able to pause for photos in the lobby. We'll now move to item 2.09, which is school and community highlights. Mrs. Schalheim.
Thank you. The last 2 weeks have been extraordinarily busy, and I went to an awful lot of stuff, so I wrote it out, but I'll try to be real brief. I attended the superintendent's presentation of our budget to the county council on May 6th, and both county council budget hearings, and it was really wonderful to see all the teachers or students. By and large, the vast majority of the testimony at these hearings was in support of our budget and moving it forward as it stands, and it was heartwarming to hear that. People really care about our schools, and it was very, very obvious. I attended the all-county art fair at the mall and was mind blown by the talent of our students and the enthusiasm of our wonderful staff. There were paintings, there was photography, there was mixed media, there was sculpture, or pictures of sculpture, and it was incredible. I love the arts and will always support that, and that event was lovely, and I can't wait for next year to see more art. I attended the Folger McKenzie Annual Book Fair, which is always a good time. I, along with the county executive and the community foundation, multiple board members, and AACPS staff attended a ribbon cutting of a new solar and wind-powered garden shed at North County High School, and that's part of the North County Horticulture Program, part of the STEM program, and it's spearheaded by Mr. Worsbecki. And the garden is incredible. They also have a computer automated rain barrel system. They keep bees. They grow oysters from larvae. They teach about aqua and hydroponics. And then they sell their goods, and it was amazing, and this should be supported and replicated in various forms around our system. Two more things. I attended the Spring Unified PE and Dance Showcase at Old Mill. Teams from all over the county participated. Our Unified PE program is amazing, and the students are delightful, and just hats off to all of the Unified PE staff. And then there was the Crofton Middle STEAM Festival. Kids got to participate in a variety of STEAM activities, complete a scavenger hunt, and learn about STEAM concepts through play and exploration. And it was an amazing event, so hats off to them too. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. So I too had an incredible last 2 weeks, and I had to write it down myself. It all started with school visits to North County, Chesapeake Science Point, and Meade Middle. I was completely blown away at each of these schools. The incredible work that is going into ensuring the top in education for our students was just completely impressive. Most importantly, though, I was welcomed just with food, with hugs, and I even got a thank you card from the ACC class at Meade Middle. So thank you guys for that. I have one more school in District 1 to visit, and you know who you are, so stand by next week. After my school visits, I was joined by most of the board for the ribbon cutting at the Sustainable Garden that Ms. Schallheim just shared. Incredible. And you shared a lot more details than I wrote down, so I'll leave yours. But they are doing great things there. There are plans to do small livestock, and I am looking forward to supporting those plans. Then I want to congratulate the 2019 ISEC elementary students on their incredible science and engineering projects. I also wish all the best to our high school EC team that is in Phoenix, Arizona as we speak, competing at the national level. Then the Unified PE at Old Mill. I am still sore from all the activities that we participated in, but I am getting the dance routines together, so for next year, I will not be interrupting the dance flow. Finally, this week, we celebrate and observe the 65th anniversary of the Brown versus Board of Education decision that changed education forever. Last night, I attended the Caucus of African American Leaders panel discussion on the achievement gap in our school system. On that panel was our very own Dr. Maisha Gillens. Dr. Gillens, I appreciated all that you shared and the advocacy that you stood up for. Realistically, some real tough questions came her way, and you held down the fort. So very good, and thank you for that. But me, this decision means more to me than I can ever imagine, because I have a son who has decided on his next steps. He's a senior at Meade High School, and because of Brown versus the Board of Education and the precedents that it set, unlike my grandparents, who my grandfather was only allowed a third-grade education in Mississippi. My grandmother, although she was college educated in Mississippi, she wasn't even allowed to vote for a long time due to the history of segregation and the hate that goes along with that. My mother was the first in her family to go to an integrated school, and that wasn't until she reached college level. So for my son, who recently completed tours at Harvard, Juilliard, Berkeley, Howard, the University of Maryland, and the University of Mississippi State, it was humbling to know that this decision allowed him the confidence of knowing he can step on any campus in the United States and not worry about acceptance or attendance. So, crying. So it's a blessing to have this opportunity. I will not even go into how many schools I've been blessed to go to as well because of this decision. So thank you, guys. Thank you, President Gillen.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Yes, it was a busy couple of weeks for all of us, I know. So I also attended the ribbon cutting at North County High School and was able to witness our county executive, Stuart Pittman, cut the ribbon on the new shed that was built by the North County High School students. My mind was blown by that cohort gardening club and everything they have going on there. We got to sample honey and herbs, and what I was most struck by was how invested these students were in the work that they're doing there. Some of these students have only been in this country for a couple of months, and they are out there working on that garden, and it's helping them. It's helping them with their curriculum. I spoke about this as a candidate that students want to create things. They want to produce. Education can tend to get a bit abstract, but when you make it hands-on like this, it brings it all together for them. So I am so incredibly impressed by Mr. Wierzbicki and everything he's doing there with his students. I want to give a big shout out to Principal Jefferson for supporting these efforts. The opportunity comes from the top, and so under Mr. Jefferson's leadership and support, it's really allowed this to happen. I also attended the All-County Student Art Exhibit. I was amazed by what's being produced from all grade levels for our students at the Westfield Annapolis Mall. That is one big, long building, and several of the corridors were just filled with our students' artwork, and it was just fantastic to see. I attended the PVA dance concerts, and I really strongly encourage anyone who enjoys the arts to go onto the AACPS website and find the PVA page, because there are always opportunities to see what our performing arts magnet students are doing, and it's incredible. And finally, I also attended the Caucus of African American Leaders meeting. I also want to give a big shout out to Dr. Gillens. That meeting last night was mind-opening for me. As a product of our public schools, I remember history class. Always remember learning about Brown versus the Board of Education. I'm a little emotional too because I learned a lot last night, and you only hear. In history class, at least when I was a kid, we only learned what a positive thing that decision was. But there were actually some negative effects on a lot of those, on a lot of the African American students who had been attending segregated schools. And what I learned was they were extremely nourished in those schools, and they were fed the idea that they could be anything and they could do anything despite the challenges ahead of them. And some of that kind of got lost when they got integrated. So there was a trade-off for them. So they were real pioneers that allowed our students today to actually truly be able to have those opportunities. So Dr. Gillens, thank you for everything you shared last night. I am now a student of this topic, and I'm going to read a lot more, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, so we're getting into our busiest time of the year over the next couple of weeks, and It's really exciting. I love graduation time. Yesterday, Mr. Leib and I had the pleasure of attending the Cat South Awards. We had 164 career completers, certifications coming out. These kids are already ready to enter the workforce as certified nursing assistants, as welders, as marine technicians, as Cisco networkers. I mean, it's very impressive always to have that, and I'm looking forward to attending the Cat North award ceremony this evening. We also have the end of the year for many of our magnet students where they present their capstone projects, which are culminating project for all of their years in there. And so night before last, I attended some PVA capstone events at Studio 39 for our performing and visual arts students. And I've got to give a shout out to Hyperfunk Space Jam, the duo that performed. They were great. I had to stay and watch Hyperfunk Space Jam because you have to see what that is. And also my son presented his, which of course I loved and was very proud of as well. But also when many of us attended the North County ribbon cutting the other day, the shed, the solar-powered and wind-powered shed was the result of the capstone project by 3 of the students in the STEM program there. And they worked together, created a business plan for their produce, built the shed, and everything with it. So it's just amazing to see the outstanding projects that all of our students are putting together as they do there. And Mr. Gilliland and I had the pleasure on Saturday to meet with some of our members from SAAC, which is our secretaries and education support personnel, with their officers and their education support person of the year, Mr. Pickens, and they shared with us many of the things they're doing within the community, such as we Miss Barbera earlier, that the backpacks that they're doing for kids as a group, and it was really great to meet with them and to hear the outreach and things that they are doing beyond their average work day. So I thank SAAC for inviting us for that.
Mrs. Corkadel.
So I also we've definitely been out and about. So I attended my son's instrumental concert at South River High School, the South River Spring Pops Neon Glow instrumental concert, and much to my surprise, Mr. Chris Treffer was a guest conductor and received a commemorative conductor's wand. He conducted the Star Spangled Banner, which was the opening. But they did this really cool neon glow instrumental concert, and excellent job, Mr. Treffer. I was there wearing my parrot hat for the most part. But one of the things I did want to just do a shout out for is the seniors there in the music program. We did have senior night, and I was just amazed at the level of our music program, whether or not you're in a magnet. We've got a student going to Berkeley. We've got music education, aspiring future music teachers there. And Mr. Kavanaugh just always does an awesome job. He likes to think outside the box. So every single concert has a different pace and theme, and major hats off, because we've got so much talent out there. It was absolutely outstanding. And the difference between seeing a concert in the fall and the spring is huge, especially just amazing. Chesapeake Science Point was one of my visits, and I just want to do a special thank you and shout out to Principal Dwight Jefferson for being our host, along with his staff and the foundation members that were there. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for yes, it was definitely a good visit. There's so much good going. I mean, every student having the charter schools as an option, most certainly the program has matured, and we've got some excellent results. The Spring Unified Dance was a blast up at Old Mill, and I'll just say my favorite activity was the parachute activity. Remember the parachutes when we were kids? So they did small and large, and I forgot on a windy day how challenging a parachute activity can be. We had a blast, and just a great celebration. And I concluded with the Crofton STEAM Festival. Principal Christopher Morenzi was a gracious host to us. But the organizers of the STEAM Festival, to be clear, are the PTA of Crofton Middle School. And I wanted to do a special shout out to the volunteer, Miss Chrissy. Their team just does an outstanding job every single year. And as Ms. Schulheim had pointed out, the ability to interact and do a lot of hands-on is how we invoke and inspire and create that spark of opportunity. So hats off, and it was a great week. Looking forward to next.
Ms. Ellis?
I'm so sorry. I had another item on my list that I can't believe I overlooked, but it is just as important. It was the Meade High School Steel Drum Band concert. I have never heard steel drums performed live except on a ship, I believe. I never knew that they were played that way. They were playing classical music. They had a guest performer, Josanne Francis. She's amazing. She did Flight of the Bumblebee on steel drums, and I can't begin to tell you how amazing that was. So could not neglect to mention that. Thank you.
Ms. Schulheim?
I'll just say me too. That was my second year. I can't believe I didn't write it down. Like, I sat there and I typed last night, y'all. Like, all the things, and somehow it missed that. It was my second year attending that concert, and it was incredible. Thank you.
Ms. Antoine?
Me too. and it was definitely incredible. Looking forward to it next year.
Okay. So myself. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to go out and about these past couple weeks because I'm a student and wrapping up senior year. A lot more difficult than I thought, let's be honest. But so I want to just first thank the staff and Dr. Arlotto for being very flexible with me with that. But I have been able to do, last Friday I had the last Mob Advisory Council meeting. Very sad for me. I don't know, it's just sad coming to the end of my term, meeting all these new students in the school system, both of us learning from each other. And we actually had the honor of having Rita Alvi, the SMOB-elect, come and attend so that she can learn about what it is. Hopefully she's going to continue it. I know she's excited for that. And I also had the wonderful opportunity, since last week was Teacher Appreciation Week with Bob Mosier and the camera crew, to do the Grateful Grad video that just got posted on YouTube. Thanks. I got to surprise my one adult in the building, and I chose my school counselor, Miss Brown, who has been there for me since I was a freshman. I got to surprise her. She had no idea, and just thank her for all the wonderful work she's done to really help me become the person I am. So that was very awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urrea. Seeing no further lights, we'll now move to item 2.10, which is the superintendent's update. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Mr. Gillen. I am delighted to hear from each of the board members about all the things that you've been attending out and about. It really helps us recognize all the diversity of opportunities that are there for our students, and you've gotten a chance to witness many of them. And welcome to May. It is that time of year, and so it's nonstop. It's night after night, it's afternoon after afternoon, it is each weekend. But thank you for being there for that, for participating in each of those and witnessing all these great opportunities for our students. I just want to share one of those incredible opportunities that each and every year typically flies under the radar. We have students that compete in the National Pro Start competition each year, and that has to do with culinary skills and management, restaurant management. We had two teams that placed first in the state of Maryland. Arundel High School placed first in culinary, and Northeast High School placed first in management. They then get to compete at the national level. This year, the National Pro Start competition was held in Washington, D.C. So end of last week, I got a chance to get up early and head to a hotel in Washington, D.C. The kids had already been there for 2 days preparing, where I got to watch Arundel High School compete in the culinary competition against 37 other states that had qualified for the national competition. This was, ladies and gentlemen, Iron Chef. This was amazing. Our kids were under the gun, the big clock ticking down. They had 60 minutes to create their appetizer, their dessert, and their entree, and then had it judged both on taste, on culinary expertise in the kitchen as the judges from various restaurants watched, and then on plating. The Northeast High School team then competed the next day in management, where they had created a restaurant on wheels, a converted school bus. And it was completely technology based. It was a very cool competition. So hats off to Arundel High School culinary team and the Northeast High School management team for both competing in the ProStart National Competition last week in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you, Dr. Lotter, for your update. Just to follow on some things that, to circle back on some requests that I had made from the last meeting, and hoping that you would update us on, specifically regarding the alleged crisis response stand down and whether or not they're able to talk to children directly. And I asked for an update during this meeting, and I was hoping you can provide something for us.
Sure. I was not planning on providing an update publicly, and so as I meet with individual board members, and when you and I get a chance to meet, I'm glad to share any and all of that with you. I was able to meet both, as I said, I was able to meet with the leadership of the Mobile Crisis Unit for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, Jen Corbin, and Lieutenant Thomas. I met with them with part of our staff last week. We went over the protocols and came to some understandings and making sure that we are on the same page. And we certainly are. We're on the same page, and I'm excited about that continued partnership. But I'm glad to give you more updates when we meet.
Sure. I just thought that since the request was made for the circle back in the public session, that the follow-up would be also given in the public session. That was my understanding.
Okay.
Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you, Dr. Arlato. In our last meeting, I had asked you some questions about Arundel Middle School, and you had let us know that you would be coming to this meeting with, I'm sorry, I'm reading our minutes from last meeting that.
Ed specifications.
Yeah, the ed specifications. So do you have an update on that and what we can expect?
So we've completed the ed specifications for the addition to the proposed addition to Arundel Middle School. It was to be brought forward today. We were asked by the President of the County Council to hold on that so we could look at some other options. And so we were, we met, Mr. Sheknovich and I met with the President of the County Council, and he asked us to hold that as we're looking at some other things that he had made recommendations and suggestions on. I hope that's okay with you.
Absolutely,
but we withheld from going forward with the board until we've had full conversations with the President of the County Council.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Mrs. Schallheim.
Did he give a sense as to the timeline of that? So he's reviewing things, but do we know if it's next meeting, 2 meetings from now?
As soon as we've come to some decisions, we're going to bring it forward. We're ready. We're ready. Our specifications are ready to go based on what we're proposing. He's asked us to consider some other things,
Sure.
which we're glad to do, and we're doing that now. It takes time to get the state involved because it's all construction dollars, and so we've got to ask some questions of the state to get some verification on some
So we
things.
have no anticipated how that's going to affect our timeline. We don't know when he's circling back with you. Is that correct?
It's not circling back. We're conversations with him. He's proposed some things, and we're now we're checking into some of the things that he has suggested or proposed.
Okay.
So we would love to we were ready to go today,
Okay.
but we're going to hold off because he's asked us to.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arlato. See no further lights. We'll now move to item 2.11, which is the PTA report, but I don't believe Ms. Rivera. Okay, we'll skip that. Item 2.12 is the policy committee update, and we'll just ask for a very brief update from Mrs. Corkadel.
Thank you, President Gilliland. Policy Committee met and for the month of May, and coming up next for the month of June is going to be the staff is finalizing policies associated with bullying and similar categories and harassment. We will be we have left open the redistricting policy for another through June to see if there are any recommendations put forth for policy changes, and all regulatory suggestions have been forwarded over to staff and will continue to do so. Newer to that, we're going to be reviewing the policy on policy creation, and that'll be just opening up as a start of a conversation, and may end up coming to the board. There are several items that will be coming to the board that have state and federal requirements. One we just reviewed this week has a September 1 deadline, so I would ask that members please work directly with staff if there's any concerns on the ones that have critical deadlines. And we will be working towards our schedule for the upcoming year throughout the summer months. And thank you once again to all of the committee members. Unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadel. At this time, we'll move, again, because we'll move out of order to item 6.03, which is the ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Association of Educational Leaders. We'll have Ms. Rawls and Mr. Myers. Thank you both for being here. And then just in the interest of the honorees, this is our last item. It's going to be a very brief item, I hope, fingers crossed. And then we'll take a brief recess for the photos.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Walls for the record, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto and members of the board. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Association of Educational Leaders have reached a tentative agreement for fiscal year 2020, subject to your approval. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include, but are not limited to, providing one full step increase to eligible Unit 2 employees, providing all Unit 2 employees a 2% COLA, and providing one back step for eligible Unit 2 employees who did not receive a negotiated step in the 2008-2009 academic school year. They have not changed bargaining units and have not reached the top of the salary scale. In addition, one back step will be provided to eligible Unit 2 employees who did not receive a negotiated step in the 2009-2010 academic year and have not changed bargaining units or have not reached the top of the salary scale. The negotiating teams diligently work to reach an agreement that serves the best interest of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, all Unit 2 employees, and supports their commitment to all AACPS students, staff, and community. I would like to thank Mr. Will Myers, the president of AEL, and Nelson Harine, the vice president of AEL, for their dedicated efforts during the FY20 negotiations. On May 1st, 2019, AEL ratified this agreement, and I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes. Thank you.
So good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Urrea, board members, Dr. Arlotto. Let me begin by saying thank you. Thank you for supporting a budget which moves us forward with greatly needed resources and much deserved compensation. It's a good start with much work to do. Although I still have some concerns regarding the negotiation process, I want to compliment Ms. Rawls and her negotiating team for the congeniality which we shared through all of our sessions this year. For the first time in many years, my membership believes we have an equitable agreement and look forward to continuing the collaborative effort we have achieved this year and would ask you to approve this contract. I also want to say thank you for moving me up so that I may get back to South River High School, which, by the way, U.S. News and World Report just recently said was the 16th best high school in the state of Maryland and tops in our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we proceed to a vote and board comments, I'll ask Dr. Arlotto for his recommendation.
Excuse me. Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Association of Educational Leaders, AEL.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second motion and a second. Mr. Live. Oh, got it. Excellent. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mrs. Connolly, this is a vote on the ratification of the AEL agreement. Would you please call the roll?
Sorry. Beginning with Ms. Corkadel this morning.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Urrea?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Motion passes 9-0.
9-0. Great. Thank you both. And at this point, we'll take about a 10-minute recess for the photos. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to continue. The next item on the agenda is general public comment, and we don't have any cards today for public comment. So we'll dispense with that and move to departmental reports, which is item 4.01, Safety and Security Report. Ms. Jackson.
Good morning, President Gilland, Vice President Urrea, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support, and I am providing a monthly update on security as requested. For your situational awareness, security assessments are underway at all schools. This work utilizes an assessment tool and will continue through June. We will work to analyze the findings to provide differentiated support to our schools. The Office of School Security engages in continued staff development, including but not limited to the May professional development session for both elementary and secondary principals, as well as 2 sessions of active threat awareness for central office personnel. In addition, multiple training sessions for school front office personnel will be available during the summer. Mr. Batten recently attended the Advanced Threat Assessment training and continues to collaborate with local and state officials. Finally, in response to board inquiry from April, Anne Arundel County Public Schools engages in a number of partnerships with the police and fire departments. In addition to the Anne Arundel Crisis Team, some of these partnerships include DARE, field trips, character education, lunch bunches, career and wellness events, youth activity programs, guest readers and speakers, the fire truck demonstration, trunk or treat, Homeland Security Expo, and regular school visits. We are so very fortunate to have such great partners. Thank you, and this concludes the update, as I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for that update on security. I have, with the recent concerns across the nation with school shootings and school threats, and even a few most recently in our system, do we change those procedures, or how is that process, when those things are a concern, does the standard change? If so, how?
So frequently a report is produced after an unfortunate incident, and as a team, Mr. Batten, myself, and frequently it's provided under the leadership of Dr. Arlotto. We'll review the report, and if there's something that needs to be changed or tweaked, we absolutely do it. But we are not a reactive school system. We are very much a proactive school system, and as such, we utilize best practices. As I said, Mr. Batten attended the threat assessment conference, and his information that he gained from there, he came back and we discussed some things that we could tweak as well. So I wouldn't say that we have a stop and change everything approach, but if there are some things that we learn, we absolutely take those things into consideration and make adjustments as necessary.
Wonderful. And I have another question that may not be necessarily safety and security, but it concerns the water testing projects that we have. I'm understanding from several students that they are still unable to use their fountains. Wanted to know, I have here when those projects are due to complete and otherwise, but what do the students do in lieu of not having access to their fountains?
So they are afforded the opportunity to bring water to school if they need it, but if there is a breakdown in that process, I would ask you to give me the specific schools or have the students reach out to me personally, and I will make sure that that process is solidified.
Oh, wonderful. I know that most recently some students presented to us publicly yesterday at the Caucus for African American Leaders about their GoFundMe efforts to get water into the school, especially for our athletes and I've heard this from other students. They're raising their own funds to get the water and things that were needed. So I wanted to understand what we were doing to accommodate that as well.
And sometimes we have wonderful students who like to do projects, and so sometimes they initiate those things, and I'm not going to say they're not necessary, but they take the data that they've gathered and they create a project. And so I'll look into that, but thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate it.
And one more thank you back to you. I appreciate your outreach to the police and fire stations and getting us information on how we are building our relationships with those safety entities. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Any further board questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now move to item 4.02, which is bullying prevention.
Me again. Good morning, President Gillen, Vice President Urrea, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support, and I am providing a monthly update on bullying as requested. To date, there have been 1,026 bullying reports filed and 217 bias-motivated reports. Once we close out the school year, we will prepare a more in-depth report with some trend data. The data does not indicate that there are schools or regions with persistent problems, although it does confirm what we already knew, that middle schools have the highest percentage of incidents. And as such, CRASC hosted a middle school leader summit featuring Destiny Mosley, author of Bully Proof Middle School, who is a senior at North County High School. We will continue to work with CRASC to include student voice, especially the middle schooler, as we work to ensure environments are inclusive and supportive. We will continue to utilize structures such as advisory and guest speakers to enhance the work of building relationships through the strategic plan. We are proud of the Acts of Kindness Challenge initiated by Severna Park Middle School. They challenged all middle schools in our district to complete 500 acts of kindness. And so, congratulations to Old Mill Middle North and Marley Middle School, the winners of this year's challenge. They will be formally recognized next week, so stay tuned. Spoiler alert. Finally, we continue to promote kindness through appropriate use of social media. You may have seen posters that promote THINK, T-H-I-N-K, before you post. Is it thoughtful? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? And most of all, is it kind? So I am asking everyone, our millions of viewers out there, that especially our parents and other adults, to help in this effort by monitoring social media, encouraging our students to think before they post, and most importantly, as adults, let's model this practice. Thank you, and this concludes the updates that I have, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Any board questions or comments? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
We'll now move to item 4.03, which is the Diversity and Inclusion Report. Dr. Gillens, thank you.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Urrea, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, the Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. My office continues to be intentional in our efforts in assisting schools in eliminating the achievement gap. During the March leveled principal meetings, my office partnered with the Office of Safe and Orderly Schools to discuss how to appropriately handle bias-motivated incidents. At the April level principal meetings, the Workforce Diversity Committee, which I am a member of, presented information on the recruitment and retention efforts of diverse personnel in AACPS and ways to mitigate implicit bias in hiring. During my report last month, I did share that all schools were provided an opportunity to fill out a survey, providing my office feedback on the 4 early dismissal modules. I'm here to give you some of the survey responses. We analyzed 4,708 survey responses regarding the early dismissal PD days. So that's a lot of information in which we gathered. The first question on the survey was really to get a feel for how do the employees of AACPS really see equity in education. 3,648 employees stated that equity in education is very important. About 78% of employees who responded said 78% of them said that equity in education is very important. 21%, which would be 981 employees, stated that equity in education is important. 0.5%, 27 people did answer equity in education is not important, which of course is very disappointing. The top 3 modules that did have the most significant impact on professional practice and behaviors were implicit bias, strategies for creating a trauma-sensitive classroom, parts 1 and 2. So again, employees were provided the list of modules that they had an opportunity to present, and the question was which ones had the most significant impact. 1,840 participants, which would be about 40% of those who filled out the survey, said that implicit bias module did prompt further conversation with colleagues. We did not want the PD to be a one and done. We wanted conversations to occur after the modules had taken place. Over half of the participants stated that the early dismissal sessions strengthened positive relationships with students and staff. About 47 participants said that the early dismissal sessions strengthened their approach to teaching and learning through the lens of equity. 160 participants stated that the early dismissal sessions had no impact on them at all. And from that, whoever answered no impact, we did have an open-ended box for them to explain why, because I think that's very interesting information to inform our work for next year. Some of the explanations were the delivery of the PD. They may not have found the delivery effective. Some of the employees stated that they already knew the content. I got this, I know equity, I'm an expert in this field. And then there were 2 open-ended questions at the very end of the survey. The questions were, do you have questions or concerns regarding the professional development sessions, and what suggestions do you have in improving the modules? So again, there were 4,708. I'm just giving some context to it. So here are our biggest takeaways, and some repeating, right, some patterns of responses. Our biggest takeaway, of course, is always the effective delivery of the professional development modules. And as I've mentioned before, we do have an opportunity 4 times a year to deliver, to train our equity leads in all the schools in delivering effective delivery. So we definitely will continue to work on that next year in refining how are we effectively delivering our professional development modules. Another big takeaway for next year is really being more explicit of the why behind the module. That was very interesting feedback, where some participants said, well, we don't even know why we're doing it, why this particular module. So again, the work in our office is to really make that explicit connection as to why we're having this conversation around equity. And then lastly, some feedback was about continuation with the same module. So in other words, schools had an opportunity to select different modules for the 4 early dismissal days. Implicit bias was mandatory, but they can choose from a menu of modules for the other 3 early dismissal days. Some of the feedback was, if I choose implicit bias, I want to focus on that the entire time throughout the school year, versus picking a module on implicit bias, then possibly creating trauma-sensitive classrooms. So to really create modules that extend through all 4 early dismissal days. So that's a quick overview of the survey results. Thank you for your time, and are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Gillens. We'll turn to board questions, and we have Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. I know, first of all, advisory period, does that happen for students? Is that only in high school, or is that in middle school too? Middle school too.
Middle school.
So the report or the survey that you just laid out for us, it just seemed like you got a lot of useful information.
Yes.
Do we survey our students on their advisory period? Because I see you could gather similar, very valuable information for how
The answer is yes, we do.
You do? Okay.
Doesn't come through my office, so I wasn't quite sure the answer.
Okay, because I know you cover, we cover a lot of these issues in the advisory period. That's why I
Right.
was asking you now, but
Yes.
I'm sorry if you're not the one to ask, but. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. Dr. Gillis, thank you again. The report was definitely very comprehensive. Are we going to have access to those results on our board site, if we don't already?
So the request is to submit to you. So this is me analyzing the document. So it
Just your analysis.
Oh, no problem.
I
can
don't
definitely
want to
forward you
redo the analysis.
Yes, because it's 4,700. Just imagine what that looks like. Yes, I can do what I reported today, for sure.
Okay, and then over a month ago, I requested through you all the hate incident report over the span of 5 years. Is that available now?
As I said earlier, we'll post it to the board site so that all the board members can see that data.
Okay, and so when can we expect to see it on the site, please?
We can post the results. We can post the data as we have it today or beginning of this week. Yes. Yeah.
So, okay. So if we can get it today, I would appreciate it. I think the reason we realistically want to be timely with this, and it's been over a month, is because the incidents are increasing, and we need to look at solutions for deterrence, if nothing else. We realize that we cannot change mindsets, but we can change the way we manage hate in our schools. And so this information will give us actual variables to look at so that we can create solutions from the board level and offer them back to you guys. So I would appreciate some, what's my good word for that? I would appreciate getting that today, please.
And we'll glad to post that to the site, Ms. Antoine, but I want to make sure that it's really clear to the board and those listening that that data is reviewed almost on a daily basis. Anytime there's an incident in one of our schools, the data as a whole and the data as it relates to a particular incident are reviewed by staff at the school level and all the way up to the safety and security level, and Ms. Jackson and Dr. Gillens are all involved in that. So this is not data that is collected and sits stagnant. This is data that is reviewed every time an incident occurs and throughout the year.
Right, which is my concern, that it's not readily available to us at this point in time. However, I don't.
I indicated that to date we have this year 217 vice motivated reports.
I got you. I understand. I'm saying that there were specific things that I requested, that you all requested that I allow you time to gather. I think I've allowed that time, and we still don't have it. So that is my concern right now. Not your work that you do. The work you do is amazing, right? But we as the board need to be able to support the school system in deterring hate acts in our school system. And the way we do that is with this information. So I would appreciate getting it as soon as possible, please.
Ms. Urrea.
Hi, thanks, Dr. Gillens. This might be like a question that's in conjunction with Ms. Jackson. I was just wondering, so you mentioned that middle school bullying is like bullying in middle school is where it's most prevalent. Do you see like a trend that different kinds of, per se, types of bullying, either like sexual harassment or cyberbullying, or like bias-motivated behavior, are more prevalent at other grade levels? And if so, for example, I'm sure you target in advisory lessons. I know when I was in middle school, that's where we saw a lot of bullying, like advisory lessons, whereas in high school, it's more towards cyberbullying lessons. So do you target and tailor those advisory lessons to those different most prevalent types?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay.
And as I stated before, really across the secondary schools, cyberbullying, and we use the word cyberbullying, but it really starts with inappropriate interaction with peers, and not being able to communicate with people other than I'm going to post something or I'm going to say something on the internet, and then I become relevant. So if I post it or I say it, then it and the person who posts it becomes relevant or what have you. And so that's what we're working towards, helping our students understand that the best way to deal with an issue is to have conversation with the person that you are having the issue with, and making available more opportunities for students to socially interact during the school day.
Okay. And is that the primary reason in elementary school that the community circles were started, is so that we can try to stop that trend now and it gradually grows? Okay, awesome. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to add to that. My committee, my office is also represented on the Code of Conduct lessons. And so we're also looking at trends to make sure that we're very strategic when we're going over Code of Conduct lessons with students, that we are definitely being proactive in addressing those behaviors that we're seeing pop up. So I wanted to reassure you of that there is presence of the Equity Office through the Code of Conduct lessons that students get at the beginning of every school year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Schallheim.
So you were mentioning that cyberbullying was the most prevalent, but what about biased behavior? Do you see that being more prevalent in middle school than high school? I mean, I can only speak for what I hear in my district, and it's not.
Yes, we do. And what we know, those of us who work with middle schoolers, we know that because of the stage of growth of our middle schoolers and the impulsivity that we see in middle school, that is frequently why things occur. When I was a principal, I did a book study with my parents on the book, Why Do They Act That Way? And it really outlines the brain and helping to really understand. And, you know, parents sometimes, when you make that phone call and you say that an incident has occurred, the first thing many parents will say, but I never taught them to say that or do those things, right? And it's not a reflection upon parenting. It's a reflection on sometimes our students make poor choices in a moment. And so we have to, just like, you know, for example, in elementary school and middle school, a natural reaction of a child may be, I'm frustrated, so I'm going to hit you. Sometimes, because our middle schoolers are impulsive, their natural reaction is to say something that I know is going to hurt you. And so that's what we work to combat. But the issue is they leave, and many of our students have several hours in which they're either unattended or they have a lot of time to post things or to make poor choices, and so that's why I think this is not just, this doesn't end as a school issue, but this is a really everyone, we need to come together. And you know, one thing I tell parents, and my students did not like this, but I said something that every single parent can do is have their child turn in their cell phone at night. And that is probably one of the things that we see that is a huge deterrent. Now, the students out there that are watching, you know, when they get home today are not going to like that, but that's one thing that we encourage parents to do.
First, I want to say amen to that, and that's a great suggestion. And in case I don't say it enough, I appreciate both of you very much in the work that you do.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful for it.
Thank you. We're grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
I see no further lights here. Any public comment? Seeing none, thank you both. Item 4.04 is the transportation report.
Good morning. For the record, Malik Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, here to bring a brief item number 404, which is a transportation report. And I simply want to indicate to the board that we have issued the Public School Transportation Consultant Survey. It is labeled as RFP number 19-SC-236. It is publicly available on our website. It certainly has gone out through the various distribution channels that we are required to or ordinarily utilize to broadcast anything like that. And then we also provided the solicitation to any firm that has indicated an interest in that work category. So the proposals are due back to us on the 12th of June. We'll evaluate those. There's, as customary, a pre-proposal conference to allow folks to come in and ask any clarifying questions or make sure they understand the scope of work. The scope of work is, as the board essentially last saw it, remember we went through a couple iterations of revisions and took some feedback, so that final version of that scoping document is what is part and parcel of the solicitation. So it is our intent, assuming that we get clean bids, that we don't have any other issues, that we would be bringing that to the board at their July 10th, 2019 meeting. And with that, I'd conclude the transportation report.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich. We've got a couple of board questions. Mrs. Schallheim.
I just want to say thank you for putting that together and putting it out. I was actually notified of its existence via the standard means, Facebook, yesterday, and was delighted to see it. And I very much look forward to seeing what we get back from that and moving forward to make sure that eventually that no student is at a bus stop in the dark, and to tighten our ship, because all ships inevitably need maintenance. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comment. We've got one card. Ms. Van Buskirk.
Good morning, Board of Education, or I'm almost afternoon. Lisa Van Buskirk, we'll start school later. I just wanted to thank Anne Arundel County Public Schools for releasing the request for proposal for the transportation consultant. I was very pleased with the scope of work that was included. I'm encouraged by the November interim report date, so that hopefully that can inform the budget cycle as we go forward for fiscal year 2021, with the final report due in January of 2020. So just in time for you guys to think about hopefully all of the recommendations, not just for start times, which of course obviously I'm partial to, but any other recommendations to help improve the transportation and communication for the school system. So I just want to say thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further board questions or public comment on the transportation report? Seeing none, we'll now move to our consent calendar. Is there a motion to bundle items 5.01 through 5.08 with the removal of 5.02, which has been removed from the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Great. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We now have a bundled consent calendar. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 through 5.08. Removing 5.02.
This motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Great. Any board discussion? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, Mrs. Conley, would you please call the roll on the bundled package?
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Ms. Urrea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
This is a vote for the consent items
The
to
bundled
consolidate.
consent item.
Aye.
Ms. Shohan?
Aye.
Mr. Lott?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Do I get to vote?
Mr. Gillen, I'm sorry.
Aye.
8-0, 1 absent.
Great. Thank you very much. Motion carries. We'll now have our, we'll do 601, 602 just for the record. Item 6.01 is administrative personnel appointments. Those are reassignments and for information only, so no vote is required. Item 6.02 is generally personnel, but there is no personnel report or vote needed today on that, which now brings us to item 6.00 as revised, and that is the Mental Health Task Force. I'll turn to Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. So I spoke at our May 1st meeting just a couple of weeks ago about the need to dig deeper and do more to address the growing mental health concerns among our student population. At that meeting, I recognized the efforts already being made to impact these concerns by AACPS and this board. I also recognize what a complicated issue this is, with multiple factors likely feeding this problem. This may include family circumstances, parenting trends, academic pressures, health factors such as nutrition and sleep, social media and digital entertainment, to name just a few. While many of the factors contributing to the myriad mental health concerns are not created by or in our schools, that doesn't mean we can't do our part to take a hard look at what more we can be doing at the school level and how we can work closely with the community to address those factors out of the control of AACPS. For a little background, an article dated April 17th of this year in the Capitol reveals that our school district saw a 27% increase in police-initiated emergency petitions in only 1 year. These petitions allow violent or suicidal individuals to receive emergency treatment. Cited in another Capitol article dated April 18th, 2019, the number of incidents of students threatening self-harm jumped 110% between 2012-13 school year and last year. And also reported in the Capitol on April 26th of this year, the number of children under the age of 5 who sought mental health services increased by 11% in just 1 year between 2017 and 2018. I encourage our board members and all those concerned about this issue to also read the Youth Suicide Report for 2012 to 2016 created by the Anne Arundel County Department of Health to learn even more concerning trends among our county youth. One more disturbing trend I have learned about: separate studies conducted in both Connecticut and Los Angeles reveal that the rate of emergency mental health intakes throughout the school year is double the rate of such incidents occurring during the summer months when kids are not in school. Other studies reveal similar concerns correlated with the school months. Every case impacting mental health is different. There will not be a one-size-fits-all solution to be found. But recognizing these trends, I believe our school system can be a central place to bring all parties to the table and find real solutions. That is why I am proposing the creation of a mental health task force comprised of the following members: parents and students from each level, elementary, middle, and high school; area behavioral health specialists, such as psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, that work with the youth population; a representative from the crisis response team, perhaps Anne Arundel County Health and Human Services representatives; AACPS guidance counselors, perhaps AACPS nurses. This list is not necessarily all-inclusive and is open to further suggestions. The questions to be asked and the strategy for seeking answers, such as the creation of subgroups, would be determined at the first task force meeting. Based on this proposal, I motion to ask Dr. Arlotto to present a plan to us at the July 10th board meeting for a mental health task force to be created in early September of 2019 and begin meeting in late September of 2019, and present recommendations in early May of 2020 for the purpose of identifying strategies to support our students in the school, in the community, and in the home.
Second.
Okay. I jotted most of that motion. I don't have the full text, but I think we've got the gist of it, at least for discussion purposes. And then before we vote, we'll just ask for a restatement of the motion.
Mm-hmm.
Just,
absolutely.
So at this point, any board questions? Ms. Hanchwine.
Ms. Ellis, thank you for taking this bull by the horn. I did have a question about the members on the task force, when you talked about health professionals, are you referring to psychiatrists or certified counselors? What kind of health professionals?
Yes, what I had said was area behavioral health specialists such as psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, those who are working with the youth of Anne Arundel County as counselors who have their finger on the pulse of
Right.
what some of the concerns are.
So this will come from anywhere in the county or within our school system, those that already exist in our school system?
No, this would come from within the county. So my purpose here is for this not to be totally driven and controlled by AACPS. I do want AACPS guidance counselors and perhaps psychologists. I do want school, but I also want that outside piece, because what I'm trying to do is bring everyone together under one roof to work together, because we know it's not just what's happening in the schools, but there are undoubtedly factors within the schools. But, you know, there's the community piece, the home piece. I want to bring it all together. Does that make sense?
Oh, perfect sense. So my other question would be, because mental health is so complex, and if we request that Dr. Arlotto does this, are you asking that he works with someone specifically in the county to recruit those task force members, or what is the plan there?
Yeah, so per my recommendation, he would present a plan to us. I'm purposefully not being too specific, because I do want to work with AACPS in developing this plan. And where was I going with this? So as I had said, the task force would be created in early September, meaning after it's determined who would participate, as in what type of stakeholders, then yes, there would be invitations sent out. And I don't know the means of that. That's what I'm asking for, for help on.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you for spearheading this effort, Mrs. Ellis. And as was alluded to earlier, you know, when we were talking about bias, the school is just one portion of a child's life. And so I like the fact that this is looking at both the school system and what is found out in the community, utilizing local leaders or experts or people involved in those arenas. So I'm excited about this one.
I appreciate that, and that reminds me of a point to make, is that mental health obviously is a large umbrella, and so we're not just talking about, I know the whole conversation sort of really bubbled up after some very tragic incidents over the past several weeks involving suicide, but violence of any type can be a mental health issue. So the scope of this work would certainly be determined by the task force in the beginning, but it could impact our bullying concerns, our implicit bias. It could impact many different areas.
Yeah, it could also, it would be interesting to see if school start times plays a role in that conversation too. I'd be interested to know what comes up of it from that, because I think that when you're tired, all of life's challenges are more difficult.
Correct. That's why in the beginning I'd mentioned a myriad of factors that could come into play here, so that certainly could be one of them.
So yes, thank you for putting
this together.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Urrea.
So today, would our vote be only on the proposal or on actually creating the task force?
We are voting to ask Dr. Arlotto to bring us a plan for the creation of this task force at the
Okay.
July 10th meeting.
Perfect, thanks.
Mrs. Corkadel, and then Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis, for bringing this up. I do agree that there are moments where we definitely need to engage beyond the scope and the confinements of our building. I would have a suggestion that of maybe broadening the motion a little bit more so that staff would be inclined to maybe explore opportunities of running the task force through the CAC, being that this is more of an outward task force because we already have one inward. And so I think that may give us even a little bit more if we were just to slightly modify some of the directives to the staff. I don't know if it in the motion or not.
It's not, I'm sorry, did you want, I didn't know if you were still talking.
So, well, yeah, but I was going to just point out that I don't know if that would be inclusive, if your motion would be inclusive of such a suggestion, that they would be able to explore that, to do that. And I'll just, I know that having worked myself with many of these agencies, yes, the nurses definitely have to be part of the conversation. They're the first line, actually. Sure. Before they even walk through the psychologist's door, they're usually somehow there with a counselor intact. And there has been some really good outcomes to the opioid task force, and it was a larger scale type of thing. I would hope that the other agencies would have a buy-in to that, but I just want to make sure the motion's broad enough that the staff can make recommendations based on what their optics are and its appropriateness. So,
right. So to answer, first of all, other agencies, I was able to connect with Jen Corbin of the crisis response team. I feel comfortable speaking about our conversation because she was extremely enthusiastic and said that she would love to be, not necessarily her personally, but she did offer that, but that the crisis response team would love to be at the table on this task force. But to answer your suggestion about going through the CAC, I attended a CAC meeting a month or two ago. The CAC is very broad and they have a whole lot of work to do and they cover a whole lot of topics, and this topic requires us to go deep. It requires a tremendous amount of focus, and I think it needs its own body. And I'm not seeking to exclude the CAC. You know, if we want to have representatives from the CAC on the task force, I'm all for that. But like I said, I'm open to suggestions. The list of proposed members of the task force
I know that
is not all inclusive.
So I guess my follow-up based on that answered question would be, would this be a function of the board to manage or something that we are asking Dr. Arlotto to manage?
I would love to see this managed by the board.
Okay.
I would like to see it be done that way, but again, I'm open to suggestions right now. I would love to see a plan, and then we can discuss.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, my comments initially were along the same line, same idea that Ms. Corkadel came up with. Unless I'm mistaken, the CAC is tasked and directed by the Board of Education. So in a sense, they work for us. And even though they have other tasks, I understand that. Perhaps this is something that could really come into that focus for them in order to lead these efforts on our behalf. That's just, you know, I believe they've had some new members appointed recently that have expertise in this area as well. So I just don't know if those two things can come together there, more along the lines of what Ms. Corkadel had said.
Well, I'm sorry, are you still talking?
That was just my thoughts on the matter.
Yeah.
No, I'm not looking for, just things for people to consider.
Got it. My concern with, I do not in any way want to diminish the value of our CAC. It is, it's an extremely essential body that supports this board. I just really, because of the growing concern and the amount of outcry that there has been coming directly to this board, I would like this board to be intimately involved and spearhead this effort on this issue. I want this issue to get its our full attention. And again, it is a tremendous amount of work to be done, and it needs to go very deep. For that reason, I'm just proposing this task force to help us through that.
Okay, Mr. Grannon.
Do you have an idea of what the term of the task force would be?
The term, as in the amount of
The time.
the time. Yeah. So I had proposed that it be created in early September, begin meeting in late September, and present recommendations to this board in early May of 2020.
Thank you.
Ms. Antoine, and then Mrs. Hummer.
I just wanted to share that I agree with Ms. Ellis that this is too complicated to put that type of weight on CAC, especially with CAC rather, especially with all the other things they have to concentrate on. This would be a dedicated source for information that we could utilize, where that would be their sole concentration. And so I agree that a separate group would probably be best in this case, especially considering all the recent events. We definitely need some new dedication to that.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Antoine. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, I would echo what others are saying, that definitely I believe CAC should be a part of this. They do have people that were actually selected to be on CAC because of their mental health background. So even if they are not running it, that those would be members who could be representative to be on there. I'm not sure that all board members realize this, that the county does have a task force work group on this issue, the Arundel Mental Health Agency, which involves the school system, all the mental health providers, crisis response team. They already meet regularly and talking about things throughout the county. So if we were to I would suggest that whatever we do, that we go through them as well to find out what work they have already done, because I think some of this work there's already some groundwork that's there in place through this committee, through this agency that's already been working on this collaboratively.
Right. I mentioned Arundel Health and Human Services, and I intentionally did that because that is, I guess that is the umbrella of all of the health and mental services through our county, and so absolutely we would definitely bring them in. And again, I'm open to suggestions, and I'm looking for a plan as far as membership on this task force and members of the CAC. Absolutely, I'm all for that.
Thank you. Ms. Urrea.
My one suggestion, and if you already had ideas on this, would definitely be student representation, obviously.
It's the first one I said.
I heard, yeah. But my suggestion with particularly that is from multiple grade levels, not just from high school, and more than one student. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had said
Perfect.
elementary, middle, and high school levels, but I appreciate you reiterating that, because it is, it's extremely important. And the problems are not the same for every student or every level of school, so you're absolutely right. We need a wide range.
I like when you say high school, I meant like 9th grade is a lot different than senior, 6th is different than 8th, so just in my perspective. So yeah, perfect.
That's helpful.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. There's no further board lights at this point. I'll just entertain public comment if there's any. Seeing none. Mrs. Ellis, would you be willing, I know it was lengthy, just to repeat the motion?
I motion to ask Dr. Arlotto to present a plan to us at the July 10th board meeting for a mental health task force to be created in early September 2019, begin meeting in late September 2019, and present recommendations in early May of 2020 for the purpose of identifying strategies to support our students in school, in the community, and in the home.
Second.
Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Corkadel.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Urrea.
Aye.
Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Scholheim.
Aye.
Mr. Live.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon. And Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll now move to item, again, skipping item 6.3, which we heard already. Item 6.04 is the Old Mill West High School ed specs. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the Old Mill West High School educational specifications.
Motion?
So moved.
And second, great. Ms. Antoine?
Are they going to give us a presentation?
Yeah, there's
Oh, okay.
No
So-
formal presentation, but certainly we'll refer to whatever document in the Q&A.
Sure. My first question would certainly be, if we had maybe a virtual, this was extremely comprehensive, and it was hard for me to envision some of the things, especially in terms of safety and security, like the vegetables. I would like to be able to see how that looks. I know the current Old Mill, this is just by name, I realize that, but the current Old Mill High School has, to me, one of the safest entrances in our county in terms of if a person needs to get to the reception desk, they have to literally come in, go upstairs, and then back down a little bit even before they see the receptionist. So I could not envision how the new school was going to address that. So I was wondering if you guys have virtual images or maybe even schematics that we could look at in here for
So,
the
Ms.
school.
Antoine, thank you for the question. So this is sort of part one. We have to establish and approve the ed specifications of then so we can put out the bids and what the acoustic tile will be like and the flooring tile and all those things. You will get, certainly, we have not gotten to the design phase. And that involves the school and the community are invited in with the architects that have been chosen for the job. We have not gotten to the design phase yet. You will certainly get those schematics and those designs when we get to that part.
Schematic designs are currently scheduled, if you look at page 9 of the ed spec, they are currently scheduled to be completed in October. And at that time, we would bring them to the board for approval.
Okay, and then once we get them, for example, whatever's recommended, we'll have the opportunity to make recommendations against those designs, or we're going to give like design 1, 2, 3, and then just go with those options. How does that
So-
normally work?
After we establish the ed spec, we develop a design committee, similar to what we're doing at Meade High School right now. So we're working through that process, and what we do is we put it all together, get the meeting of the minds, and get the best approach, and then we present those to the board for approval.
Wonderful. So then I would have no further questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer and then Mrs. Scholheim.
So on page 34, they're talking about the regional special education program to be there. And it looks that there are only 2 classroom spaces, or is that just checking off that there will be classroom spaces? Will there be more?
There are 2 types of classrooms, but there would be 8 classrooms in the regional special ed. And
That's what I was
reflected
going to
on
say.
the-
I know y'all can't do a regional with just 2 classrooms. I just wanted to make sure for
The
that.
second to last page of the document has the summary of spatial requirements just for the regional program. And there you see listed 6 classrooms and their square footage, and then 2 classrooms that would be larger that could serve for science, tech ed, and other kinds of electives.
Okay. And then, so I know we have our regional programs that are our students in-house, and then at some of our high schools, we have non-public programs that we house there. Would this be just for our regional in-student things, or would this be non-public housing, or could it be used for either?
Well, the classrooms are fairly similar to typical classrooms, so it could be used in any manner, but as this program was developed, as the ed spec was developed, it was developed with the intention of a regional special education program.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Schallheim.
First, I want to say thank you for putting this together. This was more than 200 pages of reading and very specific and detailed, and I really enjoyed going through it. I have a few questions. The first one is on page 14. So we are building this building from scratch, right? This is right, and so I cannot ignore the fact that there's no mention of solar, geothermal, or thermal solar. And I really hope that we can take this opportunity to include things like that, because they are important. Their technology is ever changing and has gotten much more efficient than the solar panels on my parents' roof in the 80s. And it would be, in my view, rather negligent not to look into those things. We have flat roofs on the Smithsonian that house solar panels. My entire home school district in Claremont, California, every school is solar powered. We have more than 200 days of sunshine a year in this region, and so I want to know why that wasn't suggested on here. And since I don't see it, I want to move that we include those things as recommendations to look into.
We certainly are looking into those recommendations for schools. We have an energy management office that looks into energy savings on these projects, and this particular project, being that it is a new construction, will be LEED Silver, and that's regulated by Maryland law.
And LEED Silver is great. I'm a LEED AP. I was at the very beginning generation, the one that you don't have to take continuing ed for. So I understand LEED. This is beyond that. This is a step beyond that, and a reasonable and rational one, because it's a new construction. To not put solar up there and have the opportunity to have lower power and light bills. And our budget, just to remind the board and everyone listening, our power and light line item is north of $18 million a year countywide. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of teachers. It's a lot of counselors. It's a lot. That money can be used so many other amazing ways. There are companies out there that would jump at the opportunity to include those items. Sometimes at no capital outlay. In my home school district of Claremont, California, they put out $0 for that. They essentially leased the space. It was a program through their power company and maybe some other folks, and the payback is swift. So again, like I would like to move that all new construction going forward have a line item under sustainability that really truly looks into it, doesn't just pay lip service to it, but has it as an item that is really, really thought of. Constellation, I'm sure, would be a good guide. Our power company. I don't know what the cost for KWH is, what the payback would be, but I think it's not an unreasonable request. Yeah, I move that we do this. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The motion is for all new construction to list under the sustainability of all specifications, to not just include the wonderful things in terms of water conservation and energy efficiency. I assume that means LED lighting, et cetera. It might include, I guess for your kitchens, it could include like strip curtains and night covers and things like that, but to include solar, geothermal, and thermal solar. So you're running, the geothermal is obviously utilizing stuff from the ground. Solar is lighting. Geothermal is when you run hot water through, apparatuses on the roof that make your hot water bill decrease, if not disappear, because that water is superheated from just utilizing the power of the sun.
If I may.
Yes, please.
We also need to understand that there are cost considerations associated with any upgrades to those types of things that are not necessarily supported directly by the state funding. So the state gives a certain dollar value per square foot, and that will not necessarily be increased because we choose to go that route. That's all I would ask that be considered.
Oh, totally understood. I know that like my homeschool district, et cetera, they were able to accomplish this with a capital outlay of $0 because you have real estate on the top of those roofs, unused real estate, and you know it would essentially be a type of program that you would be granting the solar company that space. You're essentially leasing that space, and it's there's no capital outlay. So I would like to edit my motion to consider to provide cost considerations, but I believe in my heart, because I've been contacted as well, that there are companies out there that would love to partner up, multiple companies that would love to partner up with this, and it could include our current power company. You know, I want it thought about in a systemic countywide way going forward, or else we're just missing an opportunity.
Mr. Leib.
My comment's not directed to Ms. Schallheims, but I just tried to make sure my math was right. For the state rated capacity of 1802, which is the base bid, is going to be $144,994,000. Correct? And that comes out to $490 a square foot. About?
That's the project cost.
The project
so that includes
cost, yes.
hard and soft costs,
Okay,
including
project
all fees, furniture, technology, et cetera. So it's not just construction costs.
And the ad alternate, which is the special ed classrooms, et cetera, that would bring the total cost up to $151,675 million. Correct?
Yeah, we're anticipating a rough order of magnitude cost between 12 and 15.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, and just in keep things gelling appropriately now. Mrs. Schallheim has a motion that was just made specifically to the sustainability. We'll ask you to reword momentarily, but the sustainability stuff. So before we get back to some of the more general comments about the ed spec, I would just ask if we could just keep to Mrs. Schallheim's motion at this point. Mrs. Hummer.
So I just want to clarify something that you said earlier. It said that we do have a division, and we have part of that when they're doing all the planning for schools, that all the different forms of energy are looked into as what is viable for the location. Because I know at Severna Park, there's geothermal that was used because it was found that that was a viable alternative for that location to help reduce the cost. And so that's already built into what we do in the whole design phase. Is that correct?
During the course of design, the engineers and architects we will look at the different options that are available for whether geothermal could work, and to Ms. Schallheim's comment, whether at this point whether solar can work. It would be part of the feasibility and study of the design.
So, and that's already kind of built into your process, is that you're looking at all of those things. And I know this isn't construction, but we already have a number of partnerships with the different energy companies for solar and things that are going on that we have in place as well. So
Yes,
we've
we
already
have
got
that.
relationships there that are built in that we use with them when it comes forward. It's kind of, I mean, I'm all for it, and I think we should be looking at every way we can be as sustainable as possible and that we can bring down the cost. I'm not an expert on this. I'm looking this, but it seems to me that it's very thorough, that as you're moving forward, that you already look at all these things that are coming out there. So.
Okay. Mrs. Corkadel.
I have first a clarification for our motion author. On page 14 of our binded document, there are, just to clarify the motion a little bit, not necessarily by technical language, but understanding, page 14 has the sustainability about our requirement by the state for the LEED Silver. So you're proposing an expansion of those classifications within the specifications, not just in a list that says we considered it. Is that my understanding? Because each site is unique and some can do different things. Is that where what we're trying to do is kind of focus on this, so that when we're reading the ed specifications, we have a better understanding of how the lead silver is connecting? Is that?
Well, yes and no. So, I assume that all of these bullet points refer back to obtaining LEED silver. These are some of the considerations, I assume, right?
That's
Site
correct.
design, building design, water conservation, et cetera. That is great. You know, I'm glad we're doing LEED silver. It's probably more than other places do. In addition, I would like to see in all of these documents going forward for either extensive renos as well as new construction to also say we will also be considering the following criteria: solar, geothermal, and thermal solar.
So, okay, so this would be basically under sustainability.
Yes.
Is what we're referring
Yes.
to in edit, to make sure that there is a outward transparency as to the good work that our school's already doing.
Absolutely,
Okay.
and also to make sure that it's listed on this document as a consideration. I'm not saying that my motion
Okay.
isn't like we're suddenly gonna put solar on every roof, no, but if we're already doing this from the ground up, we're breaking, it's a greenfield site, and we're making a new school, I would love for it to say under sustainability that in addition to the LEED silver, we're also going to make a concerted effort in writing that we are also looking at these three things for their feasibility, the feasibility of those things.
I would then recommend a friendly amendment
Sure.
to better reflect, homing in on that, so that it's a little clearer, because just the way it was worded out.
Yeah, okay, and accepted, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Grannon and then Mrs. Ellis.
Just a quick question. Could incorporating what Ms. Schalheim has suggested affect our eligibility for state matching funds in any way?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Ellis.
So, total layperson here. So it's been brought up that at Severna Park, we have geothermal, Severna Park High School, is that what we said? There's geothermal there?
Correct.
And are you saying that was not determined to be feasible for this project? I'm not sure if I understand.
We are very early in the design
Okay.
process. This is actually the first step, so.
Got it.
During the schematic design and design development documents, we would further hone in on what actual energy efficiency LEED requirements that we would be trying to achieve points for.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mrs. Schalheim. You had your light.
Yes, I know I
Oh,
did.
sorry.
So yeah, I don't have anything more to add other than this needs to be a concerted effort needs to be made to research these things as we build new schools, as we thoroughly renovate other schools, because not doing so is an opportunity lost in my view.
Okay, Mr. Leib, and then we'll go back to restatement, please.
No, I agree completely that the work to research the efficiencies that can be gained through alternative energy systems for our buildings is something we should be doing. And as what I understand from the testimony in front of us, it's something that we do perform. That it has resulted in thermal geo at Severna Park High School, for example. So I believe we're reading a little too much into this. These are the general guidelines provided for the ed spec. These are not, the marching orders that this is what it's going to be. And I would think it's considered to be in a broad perspective that energy efficiency as listed in this includes the examination of solar, of geothermal, of all the other things. So I just think drilling down to that is not something we as a Board of Education, should be doing. We should be setting the overall policy that the school system adheres to, and that's what results in the efforts of Ms. Pratt, Mary Pat, and Mr. Satnovich and facilities. So I support what Ms. Schalheim wants to do, but I believe we are already doing that. We just don't put it out there in fine print. Thank you.
Mrs. Schalheim.
Are those three things included under your considerations of energy efficiency?
When we hire a consultant to do a project such as this, they bring in their expertise associated with LEED certification. We examine all opportunities that we have before us on a particular site, and we take those into consideration. And solar is part of that process. Now, we haven't performed an actual solar project at a school, but we do have solar farm at Fort Smallwood Complex, and we have been exploring that with neighboring school districts to see how effective that has been for their schools. And then also how and where it can be placed on site is also a consideration. Placing them on the roof can be somewhat problematic, where if you're putting penetrations through it, you could have long-term effects as far as durability for that particular structure. So those are all considerations that we need to put into context when we choose what LEED components that we're putting into a building.
If I may, just clarification. Your motion was just asking that it be considered.
Yes, my motion is that there would be a specific concerted effort to consider those three things for all new construction projects and massive renovations.
And it's just highlighting transparency to the public that we're
Yes, that we're not paying lip service to it anymore, and that we're actually making a concerted effort. So I know that we have these things in some schools, and I'm so grateful for that. Fort Smallwood, the geothermal at Severna Park, et cetera, but we have over 120 schools, right? And so there's always an opportunity to do more, and all I'm asking is for a concerted effort for that it be investigated. That is all.
Okay, so let's do this. We've got Mrs. Schalheim's motion asking for the consideration. Forgive me because there were quite a few fancy words there, but just for a quick restatement, and then we'll vote on that, and then we'll go back and vote on the ed spec. Is that okay?
And I apologize, but I also have a lot more.
No, and Ms. Antwine had seconded the motion. Yes. I just want to make sure we're procedurally correct.
Okay. Please all correct me if I'm wrong, because there's been a lot of conversation. So I think what my motion is for all new construction projects and massive renovations to have a specific, outside of this LEED silver criteria, consideration of solar, geothermal, and thermal solar going forward.
Okay, so that's a restatement, and again, Ms. Antwine already seconded the motion. We've had discussion. Any public comment on this? Seeing none. Mrs. Conley, would you please call the roll on Mrs. Schalheim's motion?
Ms. Corkadel.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
I support the intent, but I believe that we're already doing this, so it's not necessary to state it again, so I'm going to say nay.
Okay. Ms. Urrea.
For the same reasons as Ms. Hunter, nay.
Ms. Antwine.
I thoroughly support it, because if we put it here, we put emphasis on doing that, even though it's understood that it's to be done by the consultant. The fact that LED has a checklist, and once those checks are blocked, which doesn't include the things that she says on that at the civil level, we run the risk of not having those considerations at all. So therefore, I support it. Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Alad.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
I consider this a transparency issue, so yeah, I say aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
And just for the record, for me, I think for the same reasons that Mrs. Ellis just stated by way of transparency, but then also because we're talking consideration that's pre-factor before we get into any cost implications that were noted, because I want to be respectful of cost implications and what that may do vis-a-vis state funding. So given that this is a consideration verbiage only, I'll say aye.
Okay.
6 in the positive, 3 in the negative, motion passes.
Great, thank you. Back to the ed spec in general, Mr. Schalheim, I know you had more questions. Okay.
Okay, I'll run through these as quickly as I possibly can. And a lot of them are just like, I don't know, just, I'll run through them quickly. So on page 18 under elevators, I assume provide 50 elevator keys. That's quite a quantity. Is that because these things tend to get lost? Like, what's the rationale behind that?
So the elevators require a key to be used so that
Right.
students aren't randomly using elevators.
Right,
So
but
they provide extras for teachers who may need them, for students who are temporarily disabled that may need them, or disabled that may need them. So that's just in the basic contract.
Perfect, thank you. On page 20, and I assume that this is the same as what you explained so wonderfully before, but there is a reference to either I think this is a specific product. It's in the first set of indented bullet points where it refers to Flynn. I suppose that's the same as the music storage conversation we had prior, that it's to those specifications, but not necessarily to that supplier.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification. All right. On page 27, bleacher capacity for a maximum of 4,000 spectators, and then 2,500 on home side, 1,500 on visitors. Have you? I mean, that's a lot of people. Those have been adequate in the past, or have they remained like sort of half filled at games? I don't know. I don't know if people attend those. I don't know.
I've seen, having seen high school football games and band competitions, I think that it sounds like a very high number, but in reality, I think if you were to look at the Severna Park High School Stadium, it's not an outrageous number, sort of spreads from one end to the other of the field.
Is it adequate? Do we need more than that? Or is that been a solid number in your view?
That's a number we've used for quite a while, actually, and I think it's been successful. Northeast High School, Severna Park, Crofton High School, we've used these numbers. Crofton obviously isn't open yet, but we have not investigated changing those numbers.
Just because, as enrollment increases, just a thought. I don't know. If you think it's adequate, then I'm all for it. I was just curious. And then on page 34, it says, this is data locations, and under crisis intervention, it says that data is not required. What's the rationale?
So the crisis intervention room in our regional program would be a room, a calming room for students who are in crisis. So the intention is to limit any kind of wall switches or anything on the wall that could hurt them or that they could damage themselves. There would be no need for this in that room.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. And on 35, instructional areas will be designed to accommodate 28 students. With our enrollment is ever increasing, is that even possible?
So the ed specs layout is designed by the state, and we do recognize the fact that there will frequently and usually often be more than 28 students in a classroom. So they will accommodate 28, but they will also accommodate 32, 34, 36.
Oh, good. So that's not the maximum capacity.
No, no, no.
That's good. I worried about wall-to-wall people. On page 36, under general building requirements, groupings, it's almost all the way down, there should be a place in the building where 1/3 of the student body can sit and eat their lunch. Again, with the ever-increasing enrollment, is having only 3 lunches even practical or possible?
So the cafeteria is sized in all of our schools, well, particularly in the high schools, it is sized to accommodate 1/3 of the state-rated capacity at 15 square feet per student, which is what the fire marshal uses in establishing capacity in large gathering spaces. So in this particular case, because we are doing a 12 classroom alternate, we sized the cafeteria for the expectation that that alternate gets taken. So we increase the core to accommodate that. So we'll be in good shape either way.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you for that. The next page, 37. The door from, way down at the bottom under remarks, the door from reception to school corridor will be locked from the reception side to prevent visitors from entering the school without properly identifying themselves. I'm just speaking just from my own limited experience of visiting schools, particularly my daughter's. Is that in place currently at retrofitted schools? Because I've never known that door to be locked.
You're correct. It is not, you would not have seen that yet. That is a new requirement that was put, or a new recommendation that's been put into place recently by our security office. So we've been working closely with security office so that we can limit incidents of one parent waiting and checking in appropriately at the front desk while another parent might wander
Scooch
in.
by, yeah.
Yes. So we, in fact, were literally reviewing today's submittals on this for some of the secure vestibules that we're installing now. So this, we'll be seeing how this works.
I think that's a wonderful next step. I think my next question I'm going to table for Dr. Arlato for later because it's not specific to this. Early Education Office, page 55. What is that? What is early?
Oh, early college office?
Yeah.
So some of our high schools are used by kind of visiting faculty, Anne Arundel visiting faculty. So this was just a very small space where these faculty members could come in the evening, have a place to kind of call home, a desk, a computer, a place to lock their things up.
Very, very cool. All right, almost done, y'all, I promise. Under page 62, and the topic of this page is treatment and medication. I was looking at some of the items included on this page. Oh, do we have portable defibrillators at schools?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Yeah. And
State law.
let's see here. All right, the next one we've already touched on. Oh, yes. Page 180, the adult restroom. So under equipment in construction in the contract, it only specifies some particular items for the women's room only, but are those items going to be also placed in non-gender specific restrooms because those might be utilized by both men
Yes.
and women?
That would take, yes, we will do that.
Wonderful. That one you just answered. And, oh yes, and just one more question about the 12 classroom ad alternate. So that is, if that's not a possibility, that's going to happen for sure?
So it would go through the design process with the understanding that that would be designed concurrently with the base design.
Okay.
When it comes to bidding, they would bid both the base project, and then they would provide an alternate price, which we could either select or reject on bid day. Perfect.
Thank you for entertaining all my questions. That's it. I tell you, like when you all provide me this stuff, I read every word. I think that's now obvious, and I really appreciate it. I do take the time to look through it, and I appreciate all the work that you all do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Any further questions on the Old Mill West High School ed spec at this point? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Ms. Urrea.
Sorry, so I just had a question on page 182 about the student restrooms with the sanitary napkin dispenser and disposal. Now, I'm not familiar with like policy on transgender students, but is there a possibility to also place that in the men's restroom? Or the boys' restroom? We don't really have that.
We have not typically done that in the provided that in the boys' restroom, but the non-gender specific restroom it's a new, we've not done those in our schools before, so this is new in this ed spec. So I think we're all going to be learning together during the design process about what's appropriate for that.
Okay. So you're saying that Old Mill West will have gender-neutral bathrooms, is what you're saying, or?
So during the ed spec committee meetings in which the decisions were made about this document, one of the requests and recommendations was to add at least 3 gender-neutral, non-gender specific restrooms. So the decision was made that they would be located at the public restroom banks closest to the, this would be a 3rd restroom located closest to the auditorium, 1 located closest to the gymnasium, and then 1 located in the academic wing. So at those 3 locations, you'll have a men's room, a women's room, and a non-gender specific restroom.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions at this point, Mrs. Connolly, this is a vote on Old Mill West Ed Spec.
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Urrea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Ladd?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We now have item 6.05. It's not bundled per se, but there are 2 elementary schools noted here for the kindergarten additions. Ed Spec Doc. Again, no presentation, but questions can be answered. But first, Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the Sunset and Van Bachlen Elementary Schools Kindergarten Edition educational specification.
So moved.
Second, great. Questions, Mrs. Hummer?
On page 1 of the booklet, it says, are y'all predicting that Van Bachlen is actually going to decrease in enrollment?
Right now, the projections are showing that it's going to stabilize.
Just
But
kinda-
in the future, there will be 6 out of the 9 elementary schools in the Meade feeder system will be approaching inadequate capacities.
Okay. And do these schools have pre-K right now?
Van Bachlen does.
I don't know about
And so does Sunset.
Sunset does have, okay. Are they full day or half day pre-Ks? It's half day. So that could be an option when these are added on based on capacity, that these could go to, it could go to full day, or we could add more pre-Ks if needed for these as a possibility, just down the road for future. Especially, Van Bachlen, if it's going to be under capacity, that might be an option. Okay, I'm just checking, just asking. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Shalheim?
Thank you again. And so, to piggyback on that, I know our county as a whole is growing, and I understand from what I just heard that some schools, including Van Bachlen, are stabilizing or even slightly decreasing. But there's a difference between the gross square footage of Sunset and Van Bachlen with the same number of classrooms. Is that a direct response to the projected enrollment stabilizing or going down, or is there another rationale for that? So you have 78,986 gross square feet added to, oh wait, that's the entire school. Oh, never mind. See? Okay. All right, and once again, that question was, ended up being totally silly. So on page 6, I do have one other question. So under plumbing, and again, the lead and the 5 parts per billion, just so the public understands, why is there a reason that can't be 0?
The way these products are manufactured, 0 is almost impossible to achieve. So what the products we do specify, they meet ANSI 372 and ANSI 60 1, which are third-party testing requirements, they actually meet the requirements of what Maryland specifies as lead-free.
Perfect. Thank you for that explanation. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. I had a question about the relocatable classrooms. What are those, please?
Those are the modular, separate classroom buildings that get moved to a site.
Like portables?
Portables,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
then when we make this adjustment, it goes down to 0 because you're removing the portables?
Correct.
Good. Thank you.
I like to say learning cottages. Any further questions on this item from the board? Any public comments? Seeing none. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll on the ed specs for Sunset and Van Bachman Elementary Schools?
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Urrea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Ladd?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Aye. And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0. Motion passed.
Thank you. Now move to item 6.06, which is the Linthicum Elementary School Deed of Public Utility Easement. This action item, Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the Linthicum Elementary School deed of public utility easement.
So moved.
Okay, motion and a second. Board questions at this point? Questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll on item 6.06?
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Urrea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Ladd?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Aye. And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0. Motion passes.
Item 6.07 is the Millersville Elementary School Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions at Millersville Elementary School.
Second.
Great, motion and a second. Any board questions at this point? Mrs. Schallheim.
Yes, I just have one question, and it's because I am not all that wonderful at reading these types of maps. Do we happen to have a map of the entire property so we can see how this new forest easement sits relative to the school site?
I do not have one offhand, but I could certainly provide that.
I would be grateful, thank you.
Okay. So we'll make sure that happens. Further questions on this item? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, Ms. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urrea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Ladd?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Aye. Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0. Motion passes.
Okay, item 6.08 is the Crofton Woods Elementary School Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions at Crofton Woods Elementary School.
Second, great. Motion and a second. We now have board comments and questions. Mrs. Schallheim.
Yes, the exact same question as the one before. I assume the school building is somewhere in that U, but I would love to see, just if you happen to have it handy at some point, a map showing the school site relative to the whole space.
These are all part of the bidding document, so I'd be happy to share that.
Thank you.
Mrs. Corkadel.
Really quick, I was just curious as to why we are separating it into two easements. I see there's just a little bit, I don't even know if that's, what is that, stormwater? Is that utility over there in that corner? Because it's really just a swatch of woods from what I've always seen. Is there a reason why we broke it out?
It's the forest con, you can't do any permanent construction and it's reserved, so any digging, anything like that. So there must be a utility that runs through that area.
There's probably a utility there.
Yes.
Okay, that was it.
Okay. Any further board questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comments? Seeing none, Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll on item 6.08?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Now move to item 6.09, Linthicum Elementary School Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions at Linthicum Elementary School.
It's a motion and a second. Board questions, Mrs. Schalheim.
Yes, I just have a couple. So on the very first page following our yellow piece of paper, so I guess that would be your first page, I look at this map and I see our little forest conservation easement area B. And then, so there's the box with the little lines through it. And then on the other side of that, it seems like there's more Anne Arundel County property extending past that solid and dotted and again solid line. So how far does that land go?
I would have to get back with you on specifics on that.
And do we know the uses of that land currently, or is that all forest from that point onward?
Again, I'd have to get back with you on that one.
Okay. And wait, past here? You know, okay. And because we're making that little part a forest conservation area, what are we using the rest of? Is there any plans for future use of the rest of that? I mean, I don't have a visual in my head about what the school looks like at all relative to the surrounding area. I'm just trying to understand.
What was the question again?
So like, we don't know what it's used for now. Do we have any plan for what it might be used for in the future? I know this sounds silly, but we're making that little patch forest conservation area, but then I see that our land extends past that, so I'm just curious.
Right. So if you look at Exhibit B, the area to the right is actually a park area.
Is it what?
It's park.
Oh, okay. Even though it's our.
It's actually owned by the county.
Oh, the county. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Some of this writing is really small, guys, and my eyesight is not very good. So thank you for that. I have no more questions.
Okay. Any further board questions on item 6.09? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, Mrs. Conley, would you please call the roll?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Urrea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim? Aye. Mr. Lod?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Just a side note for a moment. We're going to take item 6.10 now, second reading on the grading policy. And then judging by our time on that and how long that takes, we may recess for a very brief period. So we can have lunch, staff can have lunch that's here, just depending on how the schedule works with this. And then we can perhaps do negotiations during our lunch break, just to keep the schedule moving. And then at whatever time, we'll announce when we'll be back, and then we can take 6.11 forward. I understand there's going to be a lot of questions around item 6.12, so that's why I don't want to extend too terribly far into the afternoon without a break. So item 6.10 is grading policy code II. It is on second reading. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. I think we're afternoon at this point. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. So you have policy II grading before you on second reading. It went on our website for a 30-day public comment period. We believe we received just over or I received just over a dozen public comments, which was included in your packet. I believe the board received public comments separately. And so I don't know if there are any questions that the board has. We'd be happy to answer. I'm going to let my colleagues, or several of us up here, introduce themselves. Mr.
Good afternoon. Michelle Batten. Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction.
Good afternoon. Dawn Lucarelli, Associate Superintendent for Office of School Performance. I'm Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent for Academic Strategic Initiatives.
Good morning. Jason Dykstra, Executive Director of Instructional Data.
Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement.
It's the dream team. Awesome. So we'll now turn to board questions and comments. Ms. Urrea.
Thank you so very much. So I know I'm expected to say something big, but I just want to start off by saying I actually had an interview about this policy yesterday on 1430, the Annapolis radio, and it seems that, especially with all the public comment we've been getting and the very few emails actually that I've received and other board members have received, that some of the biggest backlash is with the tradition of Val and Sal. Not class rank itself, but Val and Sal and the huge honor. So my proposal is I'm proposing an amendment to number 7 on page 2 and breaking it up into A and B. And this amendment has been with me trying to build consensus with fellow board members and their concerns, the public's concerns with that, and with Ms. Ortiz working together. So A, each high school shall annually honor graduating seniors who qualify for the AACPS Latin Honors, cum laude, magna cum laude, and summa cum laude recognition. And then creating a B, each high school should annually designate a graduating valedictorian salutatorian, and then breaking B up into I, and then triple I. And I would be the valedictorian should be elected or selected from the graduates who received summa cum laude recognition. To double I, a student who received summa cum laude recognition may apply to be considered for valedictorian and salutatorian after completing 7 semesters of high school. And then triple I would be the application process for the selection of the valedictorian and salutatorian should be determined by the superintendent and shall consider an applicant's character, leadership, scholarship, and service.
Second.
Okay. So that is my proposed amendment.
Do you have any extra hard copies of that?
I don't. I didn't.
I know this might take a moment. Can we get a Xerox copy?
That's my bad. Sorry.
No. It's fine. Of her amendment.
Oh, my visitor pass is on the bottom, so.
We'll take a moment. Mr. Grannon, were you going to ask a question, or would you like to wait for the hard copy?
Well, I'm going to vote based on the hard copy, but I think based on what I've heard and just for the public's consumption, based on my conversations with Ms. Urrea, I'm going to second the motion, and then I'd like to address it.
Please.
I want to give some reasoning for why I'm seconding this and why I'm likely to vote for it upon review of the final language, especially since, to be frank, I've been very vocal on this issue before. I think Ms. Urrea should be really frankly congratulated on her way that she's kind of threaded the needle here. My whole support for valedictorian and salutatorian for all of these years has never been about people being pitted against, or students being pitted against each other for decimal point places or anything like that. It's about honoring hard work and maintaining something that's been an academic tradition in this country for hundreds of years. And the thought that we would send, or take away the opportunity from 26 county students for generations to come to not have this honor is something that I could never have gotten behind. So I would have been the sole vote against that if necessary. I think it's perfectly acceptable and perfectly in keeping with the tradition for valedictorian to say that these students can be chosen from amongst the students who've demonstrated their hard work and earned the summa cum laude honor. I think that completely addresses Ms. Urrea's concern about students choosing classes just so they can have one little extra, edge on a classmate, and just obsessing about decimal points. So I think that this is a terrific solution. I wholeheartedly support it, subject to reviewing the language, and I hope it passes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Urrea, I apologize. I just in the back and forth with the copies, I forgot to give you a chance to make a statement.
Yes. So I was racking my brain doing research on ways that we could not only keep Val-Sal essentially, but not have it directly related to class rank. And so this is what I, in my opinion, and with research and talking with Dr. Arlotto a little bit, came up with, because this creates a holistic process, because I truly believe that class rank and Val-Sal are an equity issue and a mental health issue within our school system. And I mean, Ohio just got rid of it. New Jersey school systems are now looking at it and trying to get rid of it. So I think with this application based, this gives the central office 6 years essentially to come up with some way to do this. And it would be designating a person, 2 people, that represents the graduating class holistically, rather than just on their class rank. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. We've got a number of comments, and I'll just sort of move this way. So, Mrs. Ellis.
I want to echo the congratulations to Ms. Urrea on coming up with, I think, an ideal plan for our students, a healthy plan, and moving, not to discount in any way the equity issue, but moving beyond that. We have unintentionally cultivated a system in which students striving to be at the top were making truly unhealthy choices for themselves, choices that did not benefit them in their development towards moving to the next level after high school. So it was never about removing all competition and opportunity for students to really shine. It was never about that. It was the fact that simply looking at class rank was causing students to make truly unhealthy choices for themselves. So I just wanted to add that piece to it, but I'm in full support. Thank you, Ms. Urrea.
Mrs. Schallheim.
I too am in full support of this wonderful compromise. We've had lots of conversations about this, and I think that this is fabulous because it gets rid of the 0.00 whatever it is, one, grade point average between the first and the 17th student, and really looks at that student for who they are entirely. A lot of students have do wonderful things. They're artists. They have amazing internships. Some of them might have security clearance. I mean, just things I couldn't have dreamt of in the early 90s when I went through. So I am in full support, and I'm grateful for your leadership on this issue. And yeah, I'm definitely a yes.
Okay, Ms. Antwine.
So, Mr. Urrea, I commend you as well for coming up with solutions to a concern, and without destroying tradition or mimicking other states who, I believe, in Anne Arundel County, we set the stage. We don't follow just because it becomes popular. So that was good, but I am a bit concerned about where it says if you're going to select the valedictorian, are you also having that person apply? If so, could we make the last two, the first two, and then the last one, I become 3? So which one? So as I'm reading, it looks like they are selecting the valedictorian, right? But then there's an application process for that selection, so I'm a little
So it's
confused.
stipulating that the valedictorian and salutatorian, it should be right there, I forgot to put that there, shall be selected, like, so it stipulates the first thing, they have to be from summa cum laude, and then the second thing is they are eligible to apply. So you don't have to apply if you do not want to.
Right.
So you have
what-
to be summa.
So what I'm saying is, so when you apply and it goes through the superintendent's office, the next step then is that your class selects, that makes the final selection?
Well, no, this is just stipulating that there would be a selection process. Since we're determining the policy, that would be determined in the regulations.
So can we say that then in there? Can we amend it to say that?
It would be, it's so determined by the superintendent, that implies that in the regulations, there will be written down. Because we can't come up with that now, that's gonna take time with Dr. Alato's
No,
team.
no, the way I'm reading this is that there are two selection processes. There's one process for the classmates selecting, and the second one for the going through the superintendent's office.
I don't read it that way. It's the student who has received can be considered, but the process of determining how to.
So it's stipulating, I is stipulating the valedictorian and salutatorian shall be selected. So they have to be from summa cum laude. And that, so you have to meet these two criteria in order to apply for III.
Okay.
That, I think, do you understand? Or
So,
is it still confusing?
so can we say that, is what I'm saying? I agree with what you're saying here. Just wanted to make it clear, especially when we put this into practice.
Yeah.
That these are steps, and this is the prerequisite to the application process, is what you're saying. Not to me. And so what I'm recommending is that we read, if those are the stipulations for the application process, that we simply make that clear.
Can I suggest this? If Ms. Antoine, if you would be okay. I think Ms. Urrea has put together a defined intent, and I think it may be helpful perhaps before we get to if this amendment passes today, before we get to third reading for final approval at the next meeting, if that clarifying language can be inserted to bring the clarity that you're seeking, and I would trust Ms. Ortiz and Dr. Arlato's staff to firm that up, and then also at that time you would have what's missing now is a revised regulation that incorporates the policy change on the amendment, so that verbiage would be there for you as well in the reg. So we would have both at the next meeting. Would that be acceptable?
I think that's a good way forward. I just don't, if I'm reading it a certain way, I don't want those that would be considered to read it that way as well. That's all I'm saying. I think that
understood.
the proposition is excellent.
Okay, great. Mr. Leib.
Just clarification, Ms. Ortiz, since this would be an amendment to a change that has already had first reading and second reading, what's the status of it if it is affirmed? The amendment is affirmed by our vote. What happens next?
This is
It
second
can still
reading.
go to third reading as planned at the next meeting. And of course, the public can still contact the board or my office for a public comment. But just to clarify with regards to the regulation, so my intention was not to update the regulation at this time, only because the superintendent would need to determine how the process will be, and based upon the language that's already in the policy indicating that this would not take effect until 2021, 2022 school year. We do have, some time to establish that process. However, when that occurs, then the regulation would certainly go before the policy committee for review and feedback. And then, as President Gilliland mentioned, if, you know, I'll look at what Josie has and insert that into the policy, and if there's a need for clarification, we can do that. It seemed like it's stated well now, but I'll look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I still have some more questions, Terry. And Ms. Ortiz, confirm my understanding is that regulation is the domain of the superintendent.
Correct, yes.
The superintendent draws up the regulation, and the Board of Education does not vote to approve or disapprove the regulation.
Correct, and so policy is under the purview of the board. The board establishes the overarching policy, which basically gives the position of the board on any given issue, and then it's the superintendent's purview to determine how that's carried out. In this instance, Ms. Urrea, was specific in the criteria that will be considered in the application and selection process of the valedictorian and salutatorian. So that's given some clear guidance, and then the implementation process as far as, at each school will then be further determined by the superintendent in accordance with the criteria if the board votes to adopt this amendment.
Thank you. And as with Mr. Grannon, prior to this amendment, for consideration, which I'm not saying I'm decided yet, but I would have joined Mr. Grannon as the second vote to maintain Val-Sal. Thank you.
Okay, and just for clarity, whether you thought it was me or anybody, unless I missed something, nobody here was questioning the board's purview vis-a-vis policy versus regulation. And if I made a misstatement, I'm certainly going to stand corrected. I did not say that was something we were doing. Okay, but unless I missed it, nobody here was talking about editing from the dais the superintendent's regs. What I was trying to clarify is that if there is accompanying language to the reg, that's certainly within the superintendent's purview, but I think a lot of those details are fleshed out in that document and don't necessarily need to be fully vetted here, but certainly the board does get that to view and discuss as appropriate. Ms. Antwine.
So we're about to take a vote on this one?
Yep, it's still on the amendment.
So then mine will be on something else.
Okay, got it. So we'll come back. Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I've got a very small, what I hope will be received as a friendly amendment. I intend it to be that. So two language suggestions. One, Ms. Urrea has already said. So in the first Romanette, so it would be 7B 1, the words "and salutatorian" should be inserted after the reference to valedictorian. I think she already said that. It's just not reflected on this document. And then separately, this is also intended to be a friendly amendment. In Romanette 3, after the word "the," I would like to insert the phrase "school-based." So it would read the school-based application process, and so that there's no lack of clarity about that. I just want it to be clear that each, the superintendent can come up with his implementing regulations, but each school is going to be running this committee, and that these selections of valedictorian and salutatorian, it's certainly not my intention that they were here to the central office at all.
Yeah, I accept that.
Okay. Mrs. Hummer.
One more just to add in as well on the two that maybe apply to be considered valedictorian and salutatorian. I think that needs to be added in that line as well.
Thanks. They got me.
Okay. Further questions on the Mrs. Corkadel on the amendment?
Ms. Urrea, if you wouldn't mind, just for record, to reread it with the friendly amendments that you have accepted and the technical things, please.
So my proposed amendment is the new number 7 on page 2, creating A and B. A, each high school shall annually honor graduating students who qualify for the ACPS Latin Honors, cum laude, magna cum laude, and summa cum laude recognition. And then B, each high school shall annually designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian. BI, the valedictorian and salutatorian shall be selected from the graduates who received summa cum laude recognition. II, a student who has received summa cum laude recognition may apply to be considered for valedictorian salutatorian after completing 7 semesters of high school. And then III, the school-based application process for the selection of the valedictorian and salutatorian shall be determined by the superintendent and shall consider an applicant's character, leadership, scholarship, and service.
Okay, further questions on the amendment? Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, thank you. I've appreciated the conversation. I just want to make sure that I go on record, and Ms. Urrea and I've had this conversation as of yesterday afternoon, that I don't support this amendment. I do not support this process. I can envision the amount of subjectivity that will have to go into a process like this when deciding, for example, when you have a grade point average that's very objective to say this is academics we can declare. And while Ms. Urrea and I have had a conversation yesterday about the pillars of the National Honor Society, and that's where these 4 components come from, and I applaud her in trying to recognize a more well-rounded, I think were the words that you used with me yesterday, student in representing the senior class. I applaud that. The subjectivity in things like community service. Our students are engaged in so many different kinds of wonderful community service that I envision a really difficult time in saying, well, your volunteerism here versus his volunteerism there versus her volunteerism, is it about the number of hours? Is it about, and so I'm having a hard time envisioning what that criteria would be. I think it would be very subjective to say leadership. Is it just because you were the captain of a team in your senior year, that is better leadership than the lead in the school play? Or that you started your own club and were doing some fundraising for an organization or whatever it might be? And so I have some, again, shared this with Ms. Urrea. I appreciate that she's really trying to find some middle ground here and something that she's passionate about. We've had this conversation as of yesterday. Yesterday afternoon was the first time I saw this as you are seeing it today. But this is not something that I can support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Mrs. Ellis.
I certainly respect Dr. Arlotto's opinion, and I do appreciate that you are sharing your position on this. However, the college application process is naturally somewhat subjective. The job application process, the promotion process, everything is somewhat subjective. So this is more reflective of life. And again, I think this is actually a way to more, even though the process might not be objective, it is in a way objectively looking at or recognizing accomplishment throughout as opposed to just a number. So for that reason, I'm still fully in support of this.
Do you want to talk now? Ms. Urrea.
Yes, so Dr. Lana and I did meet yesterday, and my response to his was, his concerns was, I obviously respectfully hear them, but just as a lot of things get test ran in the school system, I think this is a good stepping stone, trying it out, because if this doesn't work, then maybe later down the road we can move and take tiny little steps to fully get rid of Val-Sal, maybe. So that's just what I envision, maybe, hopefully. And then I also wanted to just say, for record, that I want to thank everybody that put in public comment, whether it was good or negative. I definitely read it. But I think it's telling that we only, for such a huge change, got 13 comments. And my email box, I got 3 from the same person, and then 5 other emails, half them good, half bad. When we got like 27,000 responses for a school survey. So I think that's really telling about a lot in this policy and where the school system direction, not only in Anne Arundel County, but countrywide, is leaning towards. And then I also just wanted to address some specific things that were said. So with the dumbing down of the high achievers, I think this actually recognizes more high achievers. I think this is definitely more representative of what Anne Arundel County as a whole, our students can accomplish and achieve. So I just want to say that. And then I also wanted to address how I am bringing forward liberal tendencies, and I am a one-sided high school student. Interesting, but I definitely think it's telling when those high school students and middle school students came out last week. Obviously not that many, not representative of 83,000 students, but definitely representative of our ESOL programs, our magnet programs, and definitely mental health programs. And even the young woman that came out and spoke against it from Bryan High School. So that's just a couple of things I wanted to address. So thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I intended to call the question, which I'll do in a moment, but I just want to say, as I've said before, just very briefly, not to belabor it, I do think that there is some real risk of confusion for the public when the board acts on an issue like this, which it did so recently. And at that time, my understanding was that there were hundreds of comments, and we got more comments on the Val Sal issue than anything else at the time. So the fact that it's only on second reading now, a lot of members of the public may not even appreciate that the board was seriously entertaining doing away with something that it had just ratified less than 2 years ago. So that's just to the numbers of public comment, and I'd like to call the question.
Okay, Mr. Grannon's called the question. Okay, called the question. I mean, at that point, his motion takes precedent. Second on that, I guess we'll take your second. Discussion on that, seeing none, all in favor say aye, opposed no. The ayes have it. We now close debate. Mrs. Connolly, this is a vote on the amendment as presented by Ms. Urrea.
Ms. Corkadel.
I just want to say that this is not reflective of my final vote on this policy, but I do have an appreciation for the amendment being presented and am a yes.
Ms. Hummer?
Yeah, I share Dr. Arlado's concerns about the process being subjective, but I think the overall goal of reducing the stress of class rank and for mental health of our students is worth us moving toward this step, so I'll vote yay.
Ms. Urrea?
Aye, for the equity and mental health reasons.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
For the mental health reasons and equity, aye all day long.
Mr. Lai?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
No.
8-1.
One dissent, Mr. Lott.
Mr. Live was a no.
I was a no.
Oh, I didn't. Thank you. My apologies.
No,
see what
yay,
Laura's doing.
yay and nay rhyme, so, you
How
know,
about we do this or this?
okay.
8-1.
8-1, motion passes. Back to the original grading policy, Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. I'm looking at the grading policy. I certainly support moving tradition forward. I still, even when it was brought back up, have not seen a direct correlation of a student's mental health capacity and them becoming or not becoming top of their class. The competition, I would encourage our counselors to look for signs that this is just too much. They testified about panic attacks. They testified about losing friendships. They testified about having to help friends overcome stressors. If those stressors are that blatant, I believe the student counselors have an obligation to say, hey, maybe you shouldn't take that many AP classes at this point in time. Here's some alternatives. So I want to recommend that in terms of management as we move forward, because those things are essentially the variables that are stressing our students, that we look at how our students are deciding on these courses as well, and look for the signs of additional stress when it comes to academics.
Okay, any further board questions at this point on the policy? Again, I'm sorry.
I got one more.
Yeah, please.
I understood vaguely that the Aladdin system was based on a certain GPA still, right? So where does that stop and start? I didn't get the range from cum laude up.
Yes, ma'am. Summa cum laude is a weighted GPA of 4.3 or higher. A magna cum laude student is a GPA of 4.0 or higher, up to 4.3. And a cum laude student is an unweighted GPA above a 3.4.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Urrea.
I just want to say thank you so much, Ms. Ortiz, because I know I sent you random ideas really late because of my wisdom teeth surgery, and then got this back very quickly, so thank you.
You're very welcome.
Wisdom tooth surgery and senior prom. Any further questions on policy? Okay, so policy is on second reading. We will be back. That's next meeting, right?
At the first
June.
meeting in June, it will be on.
The first meeting in June, we'll be back with item 6.10 on third reading. If I may, at this point, ask the board, can we get oh, perfect. You read my mind. We're going to take a brief recess, and let's just call it, if we do a working lunch, and I think we've got one item of negotiations that we can tackle and be out here by 1:45. Is that fair? Okay.
Mr. President, I move that the board go into closed session to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, or any personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations.
Wait, in a second.
Second. Yeah.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. Do we get a 10-second? Resume next with item 6.11, which is policy on first reading contest for students, policy JJD. Ms. Ortiz and team.
All right, good afternoon. For the record, again, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. We have the Division of Academics and Strategic Initiatives is bringing policy JJD, Contest for Students, before you for first reading. This policy was last updated on May 20th, 1991, so a very long time ago. And so the policy has been revised in various ways. One is to conform to the new formatting because this was in our very old formatting style. We've updated the title, included language to identify other opportunities for students, so not just contests. We included language to ensure that participation in the various opportunities is voluntary and that the opportunities are aligned with AACPS educational programming. And the proposed revisions will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment period. And I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Again, for the record, Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent, Academic Strategic Initiatives.
Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction.
Mary Talara, Assistant Superintendent, Advanced Studies and Programs.
And we'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any board questions? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. So we will have our 30-day comment period, and we'll be back mid-June, right? For
Yes.
roughly mid-June for second reading.
Yes, I believe on the...
It's after 30 days?
Yes.
June 19th, I think, rings
Yes,
a bell?
correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Item 6.12 is another action item. It is the fourth quarter operating budget transfer. There is a brief staff presentation for this as well. And I know Mr. Shaknovich said some people may still be in transit downstairs. I just want to stall a moment if need be.
I think you have the dynamic.
Oh, we're here? Okay. I'm just following my orders.
Yes, appreciate that.
Mr. Shaknovich, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
It's our pleasure to bring item 6.12 before you. It's an action item regarding the fourth quarter operating budget supplemental and transfer request relative to fiscal year 2019. The transfer allows the school system to properly close out its FY 2019 operating budget accounts in accordance with state and county regulations and laws. It's a pro forma item that we bring before this board each year, just like the other LEAs across Maryland. It's analogous to items brought forward at this time of year by our sister agencies, so the county government, community college, the library system, et cetera. It allows us to recognize revenues that we've aggregated or accumulated, additional revenues since the beginning of the fiscal year that have not previously been recognized. Since revenues and expenses has to balance, obviously we have new revenues, they align with new expenses. We need to correctly match those to make sure that the budget's balanced and the new revenues align properly with those corresponding expenses. Recall that we're required to have a balanced budget at the bottom line, but unique to school systems, atypical from our sister entities, so the county, the college, libraries don't have this requirement, but LEAs within the state of Maryland do. We have to balance not only within the bottom line, but within each one of the state categories. Here in Anne Arundel County, we presently use 13 of the 15 state categories. So we have to do those intercategorical adjustments to make sure that we comport with both the bottom line balancing as well as the state categorical balancing. Finally, following the adoption of the item, it is transmitted to the county administration, and along with a request that legislation or an ordinance be introduced before the county council. The county council ultimately has to, as the fiscal authority for the county, they ultimately have to vet and vote on the matter before it can be finalized and recorded properly for MSDE. So the exhibit that you have before you, and we'll go through it briefly. The first part really has to do with the revenues. So at the macro level, the very first page of your exhibit will show that we received about $3.5 million worth of additional federal funding, mostly restricted or targeted general funding from the federal government. And the pages behind that will give you the details. About $1.9 million in additional state funding, again, either restricted grant categories or targeted general fund principally. On the local side, just over $8 million of additional revenue, again, restricted funds, targeted funds, and some unrestricted general funds. The next category is a little oddly worded. It's restricted revenue from other sources. So when we built the budget, we predicted that we would have had to utilize just under $1 million of our healthcare fund balance to make up for our claims experience. Thankfully, as we've gone through the year, our claims experience has not been to the level that we anticipated based on prior year trends, et cetera. So we have not and do not foresee the need to access the monies out of the healthcare reserves to cover those claims expenses because they didn't materialize. The remaining categories remain the same and unadjusted. So the fund balance, the county, and the food services category, there's no differential to that. If you go to the second page of the exhibit, then it's broken down. The general fund, you'll see under federal, the federal funding in the general fund is targeted towards impact aid, and that's the funding that we receive from the federal government in recognition that we've got lands in this county that are not taxable per se because they're federal lands and because of the costs associated with supporting military dependents, et cetera. So that's the federal impact aid program. On the state side, you'll see there's a couple categories in the general fund side where we received additional state funding, about $300,000 in non-public handicapped, about $77,000 for out-of-county tuition costs. We received a funding, the grant funding essentially. It's the Quality Teacher Incentive Act, about $398,000, and then some other miscellaneous state revenue. On the local side, about $2.5 million in interest rate, as if Federal Reserve Board has continued to tick up the interest rates. The banks, the financial institutions have ticked up their lending rates as well, well over where we were a year and a half ago when the budget was adopted. So that has gone towards additional revenues. Proceeds from sale of scrap, you'll see a large increase year over year, and that's attributable to essentially a one-time phenomenon. At the end of last year, as you recall, we had to replace a bunch of Chromebooks that were going end of life, and our technology division worked with our vendor, our provider for that, and found basically an aftermarket for these Chromebooks. So instead of them just being disassembled and going to the landfill, they actually got sold. And sold laptops or Chromebooks basically aggregate to scrap. So traditionally we think of it as copper or steel or other construction materials that we sell as scrap, but this is a unique event because of that Chromebook acquisition. We did receive some increased tuition from non-residents, residents of other counties that elected to be educated here in Anne Arundel County, and obviously they pay tuition for that privilege. slightly more money in evening high school and summer schools. E-rate, so E-rate is a competitive program through the School and Library Commission. It's a federal program that provides rebates on a competitive solicitation basis, both for specific technology hardware as well as things like our fiber ring system and some of our telecom elements. So the technology division was very aggressive this past year, and we received a almost $5 million of funding in E-rate. The last two columns, last two items there, the revenue refunds received by outside organizations, so that's like our PTAs, et cetera, that raise money provided to the school system to buy something like, for example, a playground or something like that. And then liquidation of encumbrances, those are closing out POs for items that we either didn't receive or didn't receive all of, and we obviously don't pay for things we don't receive, so we close those POs out. So that's it on the general fund side. If you flip 2 pages later, you'll see a similar accounting of the grant funding. So about $2.7 million in total, some pluses and some minuses you'll see above in federal funding. So for example, in vocational ed, we received about $567,000 less, but in our Title I program, we received about $1.1 million more. So you can go through the various categories there in the federal side, and similarly in the state side, we received slightly more for infants, toddlers, a little bit less than we had anticipated for the Judy Center, a little bit more in non-publics. The Safe School grant funding, we received less than we had initially anticipated from the state. And then finally, about $400,000 more of small miscellaneous local grant programs, and that can be like something we get from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation or from the Watershed Academy, et cetera. In our healthcare fund, the next page, our internal services fund for healthcare. Again, I spoke earlier about our claims experience, but let's go on the revenue side. We aggregated about just under $2 million less in revenue from essentially all sources, but thankfully our claims experience came in about $3 million less. So you go back to my comments at the outset. Remember I said we didn't have to access basically $1 million of our reserves to cover that, and that is that differential right there. So last year we closed out our healthcare fund with about a 1.44 months worth of claims paying ability. We anticipated we'd be able to close it out with about 1.39 months worth of claims paying ability. So again, it's been a relatively steady state for our internal services fund. So that sort of speaks about the revenue side. And then if you go back 2 pages further, you'll see 2 pages that are landscape oriented, different orientation, and we'll sort of go through each one of those pages in terms of its structure, how it's outlined. I know we can go into some of the details. So along the left-hand side, you'll see those 13 state categories that we talked about, and internal to those state categories are subcategories or objects, things like salary and wages, contract services, supply of materials, other charges, and equipment. Those are the standard ones. Going left to right, the first 3 columns talk about expenditure, so it's disaggregated in terms of our projected expenditure out of general funds. Next column is projected expenditures out of restricted fund. The third column is projected expenditures in total, summing up columns 1 and 2. Similarly, in the middle of the page then, that talks about the appropriation side. It takes a look at our projected appropriations in both the general and restricted category, and then tallies them up into 6 columns in terms of a total level of appropriations within each one of those categorical areas. And then finally, the last 3 columns then talk about the differential. So the first column talks about appropriations, the one in a blue band labeled as column 7. The way essentially you read that is, if it is a positive number, it depicts a surplus. If it has parens around it, it depicts a shortfall. In the general fund, column 8 then shows the same overage or underage on the restricted side, and then they're netted together to be the effect of the resolution. So within the state categories, then if it's a positive number, so for example, in administration, to have that balancing within the 13 categories, you'll see that in administration, we will have to bring in $284,000. Mid-level administration has $1.7 million in excess funding that can be redistributed. So when you go to the bottom then, and that's again broken down for each of the 13 categories, if you go to the bottom line, you'll see that the effect of the resolution, the pluses and minuses, on column 7 and column 8, there's about $10.7 million of adjustments in the general fund, about $1.8 million in the restricted column 8, and the total effect of the adjustments is $12,514,300. That takes us right back to the first page that ties to the total revenue projections of $14,514,300. And that is it for the brief overview.
Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich and Mr. Stansky. We've got a couple of board questions to start, and Ms. Urrea had to head to another meeting, so that's why she's departed. Mr. Shahai.
Thank you for this and for the presentation. I have a lot of questions. So I'll just get into it. I realize that this takes a lot of staff work and a lot of hard work to come up with this. Just for our benefit, it would be great to see this in its entirety before day of meeting, just to digest it in its entirety, even if the numbers are subject to change. So that's, I guess, my one comment I have to make about this. It's very hard to get this today, go through and all the other agenda items, and then be able to digest this. And so I would request that next time and going forward, that we get a draft of this in this format in our packet prior to the meeting, and it could say draft across it, or item numbers subject to change. But it would just be great to be able to know what to expect and in what format. So I asked a number of questions in advance, and I got a few answers, and I'm grateful for them. One has to do, I think where I'll want to start is instructional salaries and wages. So if I'm reading this correctly, it appears, and the pages aren't numbered, so I apologize to my colleagues. I'm on the landscaped version with all the columns, yes. And if I'm reading this right, it looks like we have we had a surplus of $6 million, just north of $6 million in wages. Is that am I reading this right?
For instructional salaries and wages?
Yeah.
$5.4 million. $5.4 million.
And then we have a total surplus of $5.4 million in that category.
It's unexpended.
Unexpended, yes.
Right.
Money left over. Okay. Can I have some reasoning for that? That obviously includes teacher positions, things of that nature. Did we not reach to the right places to attract the right people to fill those spots? The 101, I was told, that exist at least as of a few days ago. Like how do we get to that point? We know schools and classes are overcrowded, and I want to know how we resulted in having a surplus of that much. It's a lot of wages.
Sure. So we have an authorized strength, an FTE strength, and we budget to that FTE strength. So the intention is never to have any vacancies. Our vacancies, if you were to plot it, sort of looks like a barbell. Essentially, we have some more vacancies at the beginning, and we've got typically more vacancies near the end of the year. Our steady state number in the teaching ranks from HR is about 25. That's the normal steady state vacancy rate, throughout the bulk of the year. But again, as we get towards the end of the year, we have higher vacancy counts. Folks decide to leave us for a variety of reasons, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes involuntarily. So at some juncture in the end of the year, it's simply not practicable or viable to bring on an instructor with only X weeks left in the year. So schools typically will make the decision in consultation with OSP and HR to go with a long-term sub and just finish out the year with a long-term sub and not and just wait till next year and bring on a permanent person. So that's part of the answer. And the other part of the answer is there's typically aren't available teachers out there this time of year. So most of the hiring occurs after we get past the graduation season in anticipation of the fall, or mid-year hires those youngsters to get out of college in a December type of time frame for January.
Okay, and so the steady, when you talk about the steady state vacancy rate, so can I interpret that as on average we have about 25 vacancies? Oh, if you were to average out the whole year, is that the same?
For teachers, right. Again,
okay.
you know, it's higher at the front and the higher end, and at the end. But once you get through those, you know, two sort of transient pieces through the middle of the year, at any given time, you know, we probably have about 25 people that are, you know, that have left that we're recruiting for, trying to bring on board, et cetera.
That makes me feel a lot better than 101, and I know you tried to explain it, and I'm grateful for the previous explanation.
And of the 101, they're not all. Of the 101, they're not all teachers. We actually, because that was one of the questions I believe you posed. So
yes.
87 of them were are teachers. 7 of them are instructional assistants. 3 of them are school counselors. 2 of them are tech support, instructional tech supports. 1 is a permanent sub, and 1 is a psychologist. So that's how we got to the
Okay, so we do know the breakdown of that, and that was my next question. Now, you have that information. I don't. Can I get what you just read? I didn't write it all down.
87 teachers.
Okay.
7 instructional assistants. 3 school counselors. 2 instructional tech supports. 1 permanent sub. And 1 psychologist. And that was as of midnight on the 10th of May.
Okay. All right. So I think that clears up questions 1 and 2. My next question has to do with what changed, and so that justifies the changes that resulted in the $5 million surplus in instructional wages and salaries.
And it's not, remember, that category doesn't only have full-time faculty, right? It's got subs in it. It also has stipend money for people to do extra activities, or it has money for training classes. So, you know, we may have predicted that they were going to do a professional development and 300 faculty members were going to show up, but only 240 faculty members signed up for it at the $25 an hour rate. So there's a lot of pieces to go into that line item. It's just not all what you would think would be just a traditional full-time educator or part-time educator.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, of course I read it that way because it says salaries and wages. I didn't know what else to attribute that to, but you're saying that PD is in there too?
Yep.
Okay.
The stipend cost, the salary cost.
The salary cost, got it.
For a Unit 1 member, whatever that would be partaken of a PD.
Now, what happened, what occurred, so that's a great explanation for that one category, but I'm curious of what events occurred to result in either the massive surpluses or deficits in the other categories. And again, this could be attributable to getting this today, and would be yet another reason to get this in its full explanation in advance to prevent the meeting going long. So sorry, y'all, but I have way more questions other than that one. So like what happened in these other categories? Like, you know, what went right or wrong in, I don't know, people transportation or operation of plant or maintenance of plant to result in these? How can we, I know that we give our best guess and we predict, but our predictions are off by $12.5 million. So what occurred to result in all
So
this?
let's put it into a couple pieces of context. So that's 1% of the budget, okay? But at the macro level, we had $12.5 million of new revenue. So it's not what went wrong unless somebody's of the opinion that $12.5 million of new revenue is wrong. So when you get $12.5 million of new revenue, you essentially have the ability to spend that $12.5 million for its intended purpose. And that's part of my opening comments is the revenue has to be matched then to the expense that ties to that revenue. So a large chunk of the differentials are a recognition of the revenue and the commensurate expenses that tie to that. But that's not what you're alluding to. What you're alluding to is the third factor. The third factor is we thought we were going to spend X and we wound up spending Y in either direction.
Yes.
So I gave you an example earlier that we thought we were going to have X amount of PD sessions and Y amount of people were going to attend at Z cost, and the PD didn't either happen or the attendance rate wasn't what we thought it was going to be, and therefore we have salary monies left over. In the operations category, it's been we ran heat longer than we originally anticipated. I mean, and the utility markets have been a little volatile. We were blessed with some good prices at points of the year, but they've certainly picked up. So in other activities in operations, for example, we have all of the lead in the water testing and all those activities that we didn't budget for, we didn't anticipate coming, because remember that legislation wasn't passed until well past. So in terms of the budget, Dr. Arlotto presented this budget. Well, Dr. Arlotto made his final decisions in about November of 2007. 17, I'm sorry. Presented it in December 2017. This board adopted it in February of 2018. Yeah. The year started in July of 2018, and we're sitting here, pushing into the third week of May. So a lot of reality happens in between that. So we've had a oil tank that went bad on us, and we had to replace at Cape St. Clair. I mean, that came out of operations. We have an oil event at Bates Middle School. Those kind of events typically are in the order of about $500,000 simply in that kind of category. Okay. A lot of it is intercategorical stuff, and I'll give you, one huge example in operations, because you mentioned that again earlier, where rent is charged from our charter schools.
Yes.
So we had about $3.9 million worth of rent that our charter schools pay, and historically that rent has been charged in contract services, and now the state's re-looked at that and had all of us re-verify how they want that reported. And so that is flip-flop between other charges and contract services. So it's the exact same $3.9 million, but it's within operations of plant, but it's shifted from one place to another to just comport with the state reporting requirements. Okay. So again, it can be for a myriad of reasons. Again, a lot of it is attributable to the first piece of it, the recognition of the revenue expenses, but then yes, a lot of reality happens since December of 2017.
Yep, this is good. My next question are about budgeting and how we budget for specific things, and I don't even know what category to look in. I tried to ask in the back room, and we just never got around to answering. But where would I find athletics in these 13 categories?
Well, athletics is in Office of Student Performance, and you're going to find athletics in other instructional costs. Typically, that's one of the areas, and you'll find some of it in instructional supplies and textbooks. So athletics, in terms of the stuff, not the salaries for athletics,
yes,
but
the stuff.
Stuff would be either in instructional supplies or other instructional costs.
Okay, and so that brings me to my next question. And I found this peculiar when we were back in budgeting, and I looked at, I don't remember what page, it's surprisingly I didn't memorize the page number, but the athletics equipment, we budgeted for $49,540 some odd dollars. But our actuals over years for equipment
have been, in 2017, it was 552, north of 552,000. In 2018, actuals were 689,000 and change. The 19 approved was 47,579. And then, according to your answer to my question, we're gonna dump another 417,000 into that?
Yeah, we've been, essentially due to scarcity of funds, we have chronically underfunded athletics. I mean, we know that the athletic needs are greater than what we're able to budget, but short of us taking actions on the front side to move money into athletics and not spend it somewhere else, that's on the purposeful budgeting side of it, what we do is we essentially, athletics keeps a running list of things that they have to attend to that are like one-time type costs, the replacement of equipment or items, and then at the end of the year, should funding allow, they're able to utilize that money for that. The other piece of it is, remember, the athletics makes revenue.
Right.
So they historically make around or a little bit more than $500,000 of revenue that they're allowed to expend. That revenue comes from either gate receipts, typically at high school events, or there's a memorandum of understanding with recreation and parks. So when they hold tournaments at our facilities, a third of those receipts go of the tournament proceeds go to Rec and Parks, a third of it goes to the school, the host of facility, and a third of it comes to the Office of Athletics. So they're allowed to use those revenues to purchase equipment or materials or supplies,
Right.
et cetera.
That makes sense, but I just have a problem with not budgeting for what we really need and then filling it in at the end, especially when you said also that we're gonna transfer 840,000 into materials of instruction in that area, and I'm wondering that's a big figure, especially when the actuals in that area have been 530,000 for 17, 597,000 for 18, 245,000 for 19 approved, and now we're going to shift $840,000 into it. Can you explain why?
Sure, some of that's their revenue, right, that we
Okay.
talked about. But
Right.
MOI items, for example, so they're buying $18,000 in trainer medical supplies for all of the high schools. They're buying new track and field software that they have to replace the existing software because of the increased number of competitions. That's about $19,900 for all 12 high schools. They're buying 3 stadium canopies, so canopies that go over to score tables and the 2 teams for the field athletics. For Severna Park, they're buying 17 shoulder pads, sets of shoulder pads for Severna Park High School, 12 football helmets for Severna Park High School, 1 volleyball machine for Severna Park High School, 1 football machine for Severna Park High School, 1 field hockey goal for Southern High School, a set of tables and chairs for the officiants at Southern High School, 1 field hockey set of goalie equipments for Southern High School, 1 set of portable soccer goals for Southern High School, 10 football helmets for Southern High School, a tennis windscreen for Southern High School, 20 track hurdles for Southern High School, 58 athletic lockers for Southern High School, 1 end zone net for Glen Burnie High School, 10 football helmets for Glen Burnie High School, 1 set of volleyball court sleeves for Glen Burnie High School, 1 set of volleyball net posts and pads for Glen Burnie High School, 24 sports balls for Chesapeake High School, 3 replacement turf batting cage for Chesapeake High School, 20 shoulder pads for Northeast High School, 10 helmets for Northeast football helmets for Northeast High School, 2 football pylons for Northeast High School, 2 shoulder pad racks for Northeast High School, 1 set of down markers for Northeast High School, a baseball windscreen for Northeast High School, a tennis machine for Northeast High School, 24 shoulder pads for North County High School, 12 football helmets for North County High School, 4 lacrosse bounce backs for North County High School, 5 lacrosse helmets for North County High School, 30 lacrosse helmets for Old Mill High School, 25 football helmets for Old Mill High School, 15 football helmets for Arundel High School, 30 shoulder pads for Arundel High School, 24 sports balls for Arundel High School, 1 piece of weight training equipment for Arundel High School, 4 benches for Arundel High School, 1 field tarp cover for Arundel High School, 1 field tarp roller cover, storage roller for the cover for Arundel High School, refurbishing Broadneck score tables, 10 crowd barriers for Broadneck High School, 30 football helmets for South River High School, and this isn't all-inclusive. We're just hitting the highlights, but 2 goal post pads for South River High School, 1 replacement football headset for South River High School, 20 lacrosse helmets for Southern High School, 1 volleyball netting system for South River High School, 13 game balls for Southern High School, 8 replacement backboards for Southern High School, 6 benches for Southern High School, and 15 shoulder pads for Southern High School. So those all qualify as material of instruction. I can go over a similar list for equipment. Equipment's differentiated from material of instruction.
Right. So I guess my biggest issue, is not getting the stuff in advance and getting some of the where we know we're under budgeting and at the beginning and why we're moving stuff into it now. That's an issue for me. And then also that is the large issue for me.
And as I said, I mean we acknowledge, athletics is an area that we have not budgeted in athletics enough money, and the reason is, where else from our budget do we want to cut it? So some of these things, over time, we try to true up our budgets, and I do think we need to increase the athletic budget so we have less of this variability at the year end. So that's a fair observation.
Right. Yeah, especially when we have surpluses from 13 to 25 or more $1 million a year. To me, I have a hard time knowing that and then saying, but that's why we didn't budget for it at the beginning, and then we play this game at the end of moving stuff into it when there's obvious need from the students, and I'm a believer of budgeting for what we need,
The only thing I'll say though, Ms. Schauheim, is that again, it's $12.5 million of additional revenue that wasn't anticipated or recognized at the beginning of the year. So it's not a surplus. I mean, we certainly could have said no to $12.5 million.
I know.
That typically when the federal government or the state government or some granting authority is giving us revenue, we typically, as long as it aligns with our core mission, supports the furtherance of the school district, we typically do say yes to those funding sources. So.
Of course, and I think I've outlined my concerns enough. So yeah, I want more detail in advance, and I want drafts in advance, and I don't want to have to wait till the day of and try to digest this when this is a lot of money we're talking about. And I think that the people elected us to be, to be, or at least 4 of us, to be, prepared. And I have a hard time being prepared with this, given this to us today.
And as I recall, it was shared with your board executive assistant and put up on the board's site on Monday. So it wasn't today.
Okay.
You had reached out to us saying that you wanted the information when you received your packet at the end of last week.
Yes.
And we complied and got it up to the board for Monday.
Okay.
So that everybody would have that in advance.
And then going forward, Thursday would be better, even better. So, yep, thank you for all that. Yeah, I hope we budget for what we need in the future. I know I'm a broken record, but that's why I have an issue with all of this. And thank you so much for your answering all of my questions.
Ms. Antoine, and then Mr. Grannon.
Okay, thank you for this information. I had a question at my CSP visit last week or last couple of weeks. There was indications that more money was needed in order to expand the enrollment at that school. How on here are we accounting for that charter school expansions?
We are not. There's a contract in place between us and the Lighthouse Foundation for CSP, just like there is a contract in place with we've got 2 charter schools and 2 contract schools. Both of them have a contract in place that documents the terms and conditions, also documents the maximum enrollment levels for those schools. So all of those schools, so 3 of the schools, Chesapeake that you mentioned, plus the Monarch School at Laurel and a Monarch School in Glen Burnie, have reached their maximum contractual enrollment caps. The one in Annapolis is contained in your budget because the Annapolis Monarch Contract School had a 4-year enrollment phase-in, and that was the contract that they structured with the board. So they are entering into year 3 of their 4 years, so they will receive more funding for an enrollment increase at the contract school in Annapolis. But the other 3 schools have already reached a maximum enrollment that's permissible via the contract, the actual physical written instrument that this Board of Education and their oversight authority has entered into. So until there's a contract renewal or some other event changes that contract, we will not be budgeting for additional enrollment in those 3 schools that have reached their cap. But there will be one more scheduled year of enrollment for the Annapolis school because by contract they will be not reaching their maximum until the year after next.
Right, and when is the anticipated end date for the contracts for CSP specifically?
You know what off the top of my head? I don't recall that one.
If I'm not mistaken, we will go through the renewal process during next school year, and their contract will come before the board in year 5 of their 5-year contract in 2020.
Okay.
I believe that. So they have to go through a year of evaluation. Right. We then bring that data to the board and make a recommendation to continue with their services or not, and that will be in 2020.
Okay, and that's assuming that they ask for that renewal, because the whole process is started by them requesting a re-renewal, and then that sort of kicks off.
Got it.
The state and this board have a fairly structured process on how you evaluate a renewal or an extension.
Wonderful. I just know that there are some great things going on over there, and as soon as we can get more students those opportunities, I would like to do that. But we can wait till 2020. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Antoine. We'll go with Mr. Grannon and then Mrs. Hummer.
If Ms. Schulheim or any of the board members wanted more time to crawl through this information, what would be the consequence of having the vote be at the next meeting?
We have to close out the year. The county council basically has 2 meetings left over at the Arundel Center. So we're on the same essential timeline as they are. It has to be adopted by this board, transmitted to them so they can craft legislation. So the administration will craft legislation. Their comptroller and their auditor and their budget office have to vet the material, certify funding availability, et cetera, put together the fiscal note and the auditor's blue note on it. It has to be introduced at one of the council hearings, one of the council sessions, so that they can hold a work session and vote on it at the last meeting of June. And so our 4th quarter transfer is exactly on the same timeline as the county government's 4th quarter transfer, et cetera. So the logistics of that is we basically all take this action here as late in May as we can so that we can hit introduction in the first meeting of June, have the county not required, but they always will, hold a work session, hold the public hearing that's required under county law, and meet the county public notice requirements, and then allow the county council to vote in their last and only session in June. If that didn't transpire, then we wouldn't be able to meet our legal requirement of having a balanced budget as of the 30th of June of the fiscal year.
Okay, Ms. Schulheim, are you seeking additional time with this information?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't know when the meetings are for the county council in June, because I don't have their schedule.
Well, they meet twice a month.
Yes, so, and they're all done with their meetings for the month of May. Is that true or not? Do they still have one more in May? They're done? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I struggle with this. I'll have to be real. And when I asked questions, and then when I asked follow-up questions, I was told staff are busy preparing for today's meeting, can't answer your questions. Well, we're voting on this, and if I have questions, I need to get them answered. So I struggle, but I also don't want to leave us in a pickle. I'm still thinking, yeah.
Mr. Grannon, are you?
Oh, I'm done, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, so when we were talking about instructional salaries, just to clarify, if there's a teacher that has been, if a non-tenured teacher is notified that they're going to be non-renewed, we have in the contract that they are told ahead of time, and they can choose to resign so that it doesn't go on their record that they were terminated, but they would resign effective April 15th, is that correct?
So they have a couple options. Some of them will put in resignation papers with an effective date, and they'll stick with us through the end of the year. Some of them just decide to go home over a weekend and not come back on a Monday. So we've got a lot of different variations of that. I mean, the hope is that they will continue to assist us and complete at least this current contract year.
But if they so some of our vacancies at the end of the year are probably situations like that where they have been told they're not going to be renewed, and so they have just gone ahead and resigned at that point, and we're filling in with a sub or something like that.
Yes, ma'am,
until the
that
end
does
of the year.
occur.
Okay. It's kind of, I want to give a huge praise to your team, because as I look at the revenue, the new revenue that's come in the one category that we actually have a little bit of control over, which is the local ones, there's an increase of over 200% over what we had budgeted for that. And I've got to say that that's got to be because of staff's hard work and making sure that we get, for instance, the Chromebooks, the sale of scrap, of being creative with that. And I love the investment interest income and, the e-rebates. That's pursuing those things. And so I just want to give a shout out to all the departments that were involved in that, because that was a significant increase for us this year to have on that. And I do think, knowing, budgeting my own, doing my own home budget and things, I find it impressive that in a $1 billion budget that we have, that the difference is 1%, that we've had 1% additional revenue, and we could do 1% additional. I think that shows good management. Even though there are some overages and shortages on things, I don't see anything that percentage-wise is really massive on there. I think it's showing some good stewardship, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate, I agree that we should budget more for sports, but I appreciate the carefulness with what we did at minor, and only at the end of the year when we saw gate receipts and we had that, are we spending it out there, so that we make sure that all of our other funds are going out into the classroom as much as possible, and we hold off on some of those hard things until the end. So, but I would certainly be supportive of increasing that athletic category in the future so we could have more of that. But I wanted to thank y'all for the good management here.
Mrs. Ellis.
Just quick clarification on the Chesapeake Science Point contract, so that I understand. So I'm aware too that there's an interest in expanding. So their first opportunity to expand is if they were to seek to renew the contract. Is that right? Am I understanding that correct?
That's when the contract will be reopened, for lack of a better word, will be, and both parties, the board and the charter operator or the contract operator, whichever the four schools we're talking about, have that opportunity to go through determined conditions of the contract in its totality, one of which is the enrollment level, certainly, but there's other parts of that contract that they may want to revisit, or you, the board, may want to revisit as well.
Okay, so that's the time that they would indicate what they would like to do with enrollment, and then
And
we
we do
can.
the same-
We could
we do the
say
same
we want to maintain it where it is, or we could agree to expand. But
Correct.
that's the first opportunity for that.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's- yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thanks. Just making sure I understand.
Thank you. Mrs. Shawheim.
So you mentioned that gate receipts were $500,000. Is that a pretty steady number? What was it like the last year and the year before that? Is it always around?
Sure. Hang on a second, Michelle. I'm actually
Depends on how well the teams
somewhere in
do.
my stack of papers I've got that. It was 564,000 in 2018, 514,000 in 2017, 430,000 in 2016, 448,000 in 2015, 456,000 in 2014, 450,000 in 2013, 428,000 in 2012. So I think a lot of the difference, though, is tournament activities picked up. So remember I said, Ms. Shawheim, it's really two pieces of it. There's, gate receipts, and that will maybe change with the opening of a 13th high school here in 2 years from now. But gate receipts seem to be kind of steady state. If you were to ask me, like, my own casual observation of why I think we've seen a more near-term bump up, that is because tournament activity has picked up. Previously, tournaments were held in the county, and the school and the school system didn't receive any revenue from that. So we entered into an MOU. Actually, Speaker Bush, much to his credit, really championed this deal, for lack of a better word, but it's a formalized MOU that we entered into county government, recreation and parks, and the school system, recognizing that tournaments and the revenue generating ability or opportunities from that is a rising thing. And so the speaker helped put together this MOU, again, with the county and rec and parks, that in lieu of the tournament makers just making all the money and they're paying some de minimis fee to rec and parks now charges them a higher fee than a youth athletic sports league that just wanted to use the kiddie soccer field or something like that. Tournaments are huge money makers, so we don't get involved in the business side of that at all. Recreation Parks handles all of that, but at the end, when they are done, receiving their proceeds or whatever, then there is a split of those tournament revenues. Those that the Rec and Parks collects, they get to back out all of their direct costs or indirect costs. But when you get to the bottom line, there is X amount of revenue left, and that revenue gets split three ways, with Rec and Parks keeping a third of it. The school that hosted the event, because there's obviously a direct impact on the school, plus that event being there precludes the school from having another event. So the school gets a third of that, whatever the hosting site is, or hosting sites if it's a bigger tournament, and then the Office of Athletics upstairs here in this building gets the other third.
All right, great, thanks. Oh, and by the way, I did look. Was able to look at the county council schedule, and they do have one more meeting on May 20th and 2 in June. Just to not to. That's right. Not to. Yeah, I'm worried that someone might watch this and then be deterred from going there and speaking their voice, so using their voice. So there is one more in May.
I'm alive. It's all in there. Okay, Mrs. Hummer.
This isn't so much on this, but just as we were talking about gate receipts, I had a question. So when we're talking about athletic gate receipts, they're all pooled together. Like the individual school doesn't keep their one, it's all pooled together?
No, there's a split. So the school gets to keep a portion of their gate receipts, and the other portion of it comes to athletics here. So there's the Office of Athletics, and I'll just put it very simply, sort of acts as a leveling agent. There are some schools that have very high draw attendance areas, and there are some schools that unfortunately may not have as high a turnout level. And that's not only school specific, but sometimes it's sports. So in one school, you can have a high attendance area for one sport and not another sport, or sometimes it's a school versus another school. So the athletics office recognizes that and takes their portion of the revenues and not just pays mandatory fees. Like we have to pay gaming officials and we have to pay our membership dues to like MPSSA or some of these other entities, but they also recognize that because of the variability in gate receipts for the reasons I mentioned, some schools don't draw as much as others or some sports don't, the Office of Athletics then uses their dollars to basically level and support those schools that cannot use their gate receipts to fully fund their requirements. So it's a little bit of like a redistributive property as a leveling agent, but the Office of Athletics really works hard to make sure that we don't have a situation of I don't know, how did they say it? The extreme haves and extreme have-nots, right? I mean, we want to make sure that every youngster has the same opportunities, that, you know, helmets are safe and appropriate and in good repair and whatever that is. And some schools can fend for themselves a little bit more and some schools can't. So Mr. Culp and his staff very diligently monitor the activities and the accounts and work with those athletic directors. And then we as a central office support to fill in those gaps at those schools where they may not be able to self-fund some of those activities, if that helps any.
That does help. And then, but when we talk about other receipts, let's say for a drama performance or music performance, does that same thing happen, or do those generally go to the boost?
Specific to athletics, no.
Okay.
So everything I've talked about is specific. This gate receipt phenomenon, this tournament phenomenon, is specific to athletics. If a school holds its play or drama production or rock and roll revival or whatever, a portion of those monies don't come into central office. That stays there at the school.
Okay. Just curious. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we've got all of our questions. So the fourth quarter budget transfer is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approve the fourth quarter operating budget fund transfer for FY 2019 to be submitted to the county council.
So moved.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll on item 7.01?
Aye.
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 A very reluctant aye, and I just hope for a better process and moving forward in the budget with the next year's budget cycle being more upfront of what our needs are.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Lott?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Brennan?
Aye.
Mr. Gill?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
That's right. Yeah, and just for clarification, I gave the old item number of 7.01, but of course we know we're doing the fourth quarter budget transfer, so I apologize for reading the wrong cover sheet. So motion carries. We now move to our last item today. 7.01 is award of contracts. It's a review item. Are there any board questions or comments? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none. We're going to adjourn the business that we had that we did not get to in closed session. I think we can just summarize some of the immediate needs in an email. It's permissible because most of it was just some future activities. And then the items that we cannot discuss that way, we'll just discuss at our next closed session meeting. The other thing is I've been asked, and I apologize for giving a logistical or housekeeping item out here in public session for the board, but our graduation directions, we won't be back here until after graduations begin. Our graduation directions are in the back along with our gowns. So I would just ask as you depart, grab your gown so you don't have to come back prior to your first graduation, as well as your parking directions and the other logistical things. Mrs. Hummer, did you want to?
Yes, I just want to share some very exciting news. Governor has released the $255 million for the Corps Commission's FY 2020 spending plan. And he is allowing the Education Blueprint for Maryland's Future, Senate Bill 1030, to become law without his signature. So the money is being released.
So wait, he released it. He's not going to sit down. He released it.
He has He has
Wonderful.
announced that he is releasing the
Wonderful.
$255 million.
Very good.
Okay. Next general board meeting is Wednesday, June 5th, 2019 at 10 a.m. The next policy committee meeting is Wednesday, June 12th, 2019 at 1 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor say aye, opposed no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Elementary school. Thank